Good morning. Honorable Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Terence Drew, honorable members of the Federal Cabinet, other honorable members of the National Assembly, ambassadors and high commissioners, diplomatic and consular corps, head of the public service, the financial secretary, permanent secretaries, solicitor general, chief parliamentary counsel, and chief personnel officer, commissioner of police, commander of defense force, chief fire officer, national and special advisors, heads of departments, including registrar, chief magistrate, and chief executive officers of statutory bodies, former ministers of government, chairman of statutory bodies and authorities, and chair of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, members of the business community, students, members of the media. Welcome to the Budget 2025 National Forum. I am Javon Liebert, Press Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister. To begin today's session, I'll invite you to stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Children stand free on the strength of will and love, with God in all our struggles. St. Kitts and Nevis be a nation bound together with a common destiny. As stalwarts we stand for justice and liberty, with wisdom and truth we will serve and honor thee. No sword nor spear can conquer, for God will sure defend. His blessing shall forever to posterity extend.
Thank you, Ambassador Vaughan. Please remain standing as we invite Pastor Tiana Bori from the Molyneux Wesleyan Holiness Church to invoke God's presence.
Pleasant morning, all. Let us pray. Most High and Heavenly Father, we beseech your throne this morning, O God, as we recognize you as the ultimate source of wisdom, source of strength, mighty God, source of our provision, oh God. We pray, Heavenly Father, as we've gathered here for Budget 2025 National Forum, oh God, that you will bless us, oh God. We pray, Heavenly Father, for the insight that would be shared, oh God, that it will be able to impact our nation's future. Mighty God, we pray for our presenters. We pray, mighty God, as they share, mighty God, that they will be prudent and bold in their sharing, oh God. We pray, mighty God, the insight and information that will be shared this morning, oh God, will not only impact for tomorrow, but mighty God, for generations to come. We thank you, mighty God, that you are in our midst and you continue to be our Heavenly Father, our friend and our keeper. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you'll continue to guide this process. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Thank you, Pastor Bori. I now invite Mrs. Versily Francis, Director of Fiscal Affairs and Policy Unit in the Ministry of Finance, to deliver opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to adopt the protocol that has been established and to recognize members of the head table. Honorable Dr. Terence Chu, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Mr. Timothy Antoine, Governor of the ECCB, Mr. Kevin Thompson, Director, Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this year's National Forum, which is part of the government's process for the development of the 2025 budget. It has become a tradition that prior to the finalization of the budget, the government will undertake the consultation process with members of the public, the private sector and civil society, students, as well as ministries and departments to gather your insights and suggestions that could be considered in the preparation of the national budget for the next fiscal year. Subsequently, the government seeks approval of the estimates in the National Assembly after the budget debate. The budget is one of the instruments that governments use to effect improvements in the quality of life of its citizens. It also provides an opportunity to develop strategies for growth, improving efficiency in the public sector, and long-term socio-economic progress. This year's theme, innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability, speaks to the transformative vision that we must embrace as we strive to strengthen the foundation of our economy and shape the future for the well-being of our people here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We are truly grateful for your presence here today, as it demonstrates the shared commitment we have to realizing the vision of St. Kitts and Nevis becoming a sustainable island state. Budget planning is more than just figures. It reflects our priorities, challenges, and our opportunities. It is a roadmap to long-term prosperity. Through this forum, we aim to ensure that the policies of the policy decisions of the government are transparent, inclusive, sustainable, growth-enhancing, and aligned with our national development planning framework. Before we deliberate on the policy issues in context of the 2025 budget, permit me to present a brief overview of the government's current fiscal landscape. With regards to revenue, tax revenue for the period January to September 2024 declined by 1.8% and non-tax revenue by 55.3% compared to the same period in 2023. The revenue performance was largely impacted by lower inflows from the citizenship by the investment program. On the expenditure side, recurrent expenditure increased by 4.1% at the end of September 2024 compared to the same period in 2023. This expansion in expenditure was mainly due to an increase in transfers to local institutions such as KELEC and a higher wage bill, which resulted from the payment of an 8% increase in salaries and wages to civil servants in January 2024. With regards to capital expenditure, the government continues to prioritize infrastructure investments, including the rehabilitation of the St. Peter's Main Road and the F.P. Williams Highway Project, other road improvement projects, such as the construction of roads in the Shadwell housing developments, Boyd's View, and Newton Ground areas. Other ongoing capital projects include the construction of the MRI facility, upgrade of the Connery playing field, and the construction of the desalination plants. The Ministry of Finance will continue to develop strategies to improve the overall fiscal and economic outlook and to advocate fiscal prudence and strategic investments where necessary. Over the medium term, the government's fiscal strategy will focus on improving the management of recurrent and capital expenditure and implementing tax policy reforms to ensure a more equitable and efficient tax system. The fiscal policy priorities will also target public investments, such as in renewable energy and water infrastructure, which are critical to achieving sustainable socio-economic development. While we anticipate that the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis will grow by about 2.5% in 2025, we must remain cognizant of the expanding external risks such as geopolitical tensions, the effects of natural disasters and climate change, global market conditions, and the threat of elevated inflation levels, which could undoubtedly filter in our economy. Today's presentations and discussions are integral part of shaping a path forward that is innovative, inclusive, and sustainable. As we engage in these discussions, I encourage you to share your thoughts and innovative solutions which could help the government to refine the economic strategy for fiscal year 2025 and beyond. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance, I wish us all a successful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Francis. Allow me to also welcome you again to the Budget 2025 National Forum. As expressed, this year's theme, Innovation, Inclusivity, and Sustainability, Our Path Forward, speaks to the government's commitment to building a resilient and prosperous future for all. Today, we have a unique gathering of stakeholders from both public and private sectors, each bringing valuable insights, perspectives, and expertise. Your presence here underscores the importance of collaboration as we shape a budget that truly reflects the needs and aspirations of our people. I encourage open and constructive discussions as we explore the priorities and strategies that will drive our federation forward. Together, let us make this a productive and impactful session. Thank you for being here again, and I wish you all a successful and inspiring day of dialogue. Now, not to waste any more time, we will move straight into our first presentation. Help me welcome to the podium Mr. Kevin Thompson of the St. Kitts and Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce to deliver the first presentation of today.
Good morning, all. Master of Ceremonies, allow me to adopt the protocol as ably established, save and accept to recognize those at the head table, Director, Ms. Vasily Francis, Honorable Prime Minister, and the Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Dr. Timothy Yanquan. I wish to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for inviting the St. Kitts and Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce to participate in this budget consultation process, and for his demonstrated commitment to engaging the St. Kitts and Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce on key policy discussions. As a small island developing state, government spending and budgetary decisions act as a powerful lever for economic stimulation through multiple channels. When governments invest in infrastructure projects, education, and healthcare projects, they directly create jobs and inject money into the economy through wages and procurement of materials. This initial spending triggers a multiplier effect as workers and businesses receiving government funds spend their earnings on goods and services, creating additional economic activity throughout the supply chain. Tax policy also plays a crucial role. A favorable tax regime can increase disposable income for households and businesses, potentially boosting consumer spending and private investment. We recognize the government's dedicated efforts to steer St. Kitts and Nevis towards economic and environmental resilience, stability, and growth. In a rapidly shifting economic and geopolitical landscape. Yet, as we look forward, we know the economic advancement depends on addressing several critical issues that must be addressed in the 2025 budget. These issues include addressing unemployment and reviewing work permits for unskilled labor and enhancing TVET training, strengthening public-private sector partnerships, advancing renewable energy initiatives, updating tax structures, improving tax collection and fostering growth and innovation, modernizing our public procurement practices, and streamlining capital project execution. Addressing unemployment, reviewing work permits for unskilled labor, and TVET training. Unemployment remains a challenge that must be confronted head-on if we are to build an economy that serves all our citizens. While the government has created social programs to offer employment, the Chamber believes that this challenge presents an opportunity for a strategic review of the policies governing work permits for unskilled labor from outside the CARICOM region. As each work permit issued for unskilled labor from the Asian continent and otherwise contributes to unemployment and effectively increases the number of persons on work programs such as STEP, which may become financially unsustainable in the short term. We therefore suggest that this budget should include initiatives to promote local hiring and skill development to curb the rising unemployment among our youth, particularly through robust vocational and skills training and development of a modern multidisciplinary technical and vocational center. By prioritizing the development of our workforce, we will cultivate the skills needed to fill roles across industries and reduce reliance on imported labor. It is time to transition from social programs where our youth who may not have completed traditional secondary education are limited to basic tasks and initiatives, and we need to promote initiatives that require them to enroll and attend technical and vocational training, and they can be paid for these initiatives. We want to encourage our government to examine the Ghanaian model, whereby persons are encouraged and incentivized to pursue vocational education. We believe if this is pursued, we will have more masons, we will have more carpenters, we will have more welders, we will have more tradesmen who are very high earners, and this will then reduce the reliance on social programs, and we are very passionate about this, and we are willing to partner and support the government in this initiative. This approach will ensure that our economic progress does not bypass our youth, specifically our young men, and will systematically enable our people to transition from government social programs and into the private sector. Strengthening public-private sector partnerships. There is immense opportunity to deepen public-private sector partnerships, especially in sectors like construction, where our local businesses and hardware stores have the capital and the will to drive significant projects. However, we need government's active support to make this possible. By creating a policy environment that enables local firms to be prioritized for construction and housing development, the government can foster a thriving sector that employs locals, builds resilience, and keeps capital within our shores. This kind of collaboration is not just a possibility, but a path to more equitable-centered community development. Advancing renewable energy. Our transition to renewable energy offers tremendous potential, and the Chamber encourages policies that facilitate the private sector involvement in this sector. Specifically, we propose updates to legislation allowing companies to sell excess power back to the grid, enabling businesses and households to play an active role in energy production. Additionally, We urge the government to consider concessions allowing the import of solar systems and accessories without any duties or taxes. Such incentives would accelerate our transition to sustainable energy sources, reduce national energy costs, and make a substantial contribution towards our climate goals. Updating tax structures to foster growth and innovation. Modernizing our tax structures has become imperative, given the decline in citizenship by investment earnings, which is the most significant earner of revenue. Our tax system plays a vital role in shaping the economic landscape for business. Yet, as it stands, certain elements of the system, specifically restrictions on the period for carrying forward losses, the restrictions on expenses, and the rules governing the deduction of capital allowances, stifle growth and risk-taking, and force businesses in a conservative posture. As the Chamber has consistently emphasized, the current structure disincentivizes risk-taking and inhibits innovation and job creation. We are encouraged by the creation of the Ministry of Small Business and Entrepreneurship and the excellent work that has been done thus far by the Minister and his dynamic team. However, our tax laws and processes must also reflect the dynamics of a modern business landscape. The process of awarding or granting concessions to small businesses or eligible businesses needs to be simplified, and a one-window system should be considered. This will create substantial operational efficiencies for government and businesses. Tax and process reforms must be enacted to simplify compliance, improve the collection of taxes, and create a system that supports innovation and sustainable growth. We urge the government to consider addressing these policies to create a tax framework that inspires entrepreneurship, supports small business, and encourages resilience among all enterprises. We therefore ask that tax policies relating to unincorporated entities be reviewed to allow those businesses similar benefits to incorporated entities. Modernizing public procurement. We also respectfully draw the government's attention to the pressing need for comprehensive modernization of our public procurement legislation. In today's rapidly advancing business environment, public procurement processes must be transparent, efficient, and accountable to ensure that the government and citizens of the Federation receive value for money on every project. Modern public procurement legislation would not only curb inefficiencies, but also promote fair competition and integrity in government contracting. Such reforms are essential to creating a competitive and reliable economic framework that serves all stakeholders effectively. Streamlining capital project execution. Lastly, we recognize the importance of capital projects in advancing our nation's development goals. However, delayed execution has too often limited the impact of these investments. While we appreciate the careful consideration given to new initiatives, we respectfully suggest that streamlining the time between policy conception and implementation could enhance their effectiveness and impact on our economy. The current timeline for executing new programs or projects sometimes means that conditions on the ground and prices would have evolved significantly by the time implementation begins. A more agile approach to implementation is required while maintaining necessary due diligence. This would help ensure that policy solutions remain timely and relative to rapidly changing market conditions. In closing, I will borrow from the famous tagline created by our Ministry of Tourism: we must venture deeper. Let us be resolute in our commitment to venture deeper into the bold creation of an environment that fosters growth, innovation, and opportunity for all citizens and residents of the Federation. It is only by pushing the boundaries and nurturing a business-friendly atmosphere that we can inspire local entrepreneurs to take risks and attract new investors. Together, with purposeful vision and a spirit of collaboration, we will build a future that empowers every citizen, strengthens our economy, and positions us as a beacon of prosperity in the global landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your presentation. We will move straight along, and we invite Mr. Timothy N.J. Antoine, Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, to deliver his presentation.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. I'd like to stand on protocols established, but do wish to recognize the distinguished Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Honorable Dr. Drew, as well as other members of the head table, members of Cabinet, Parliament, Financial Secretary and her team, and of course all other invited guests. So my name is Timothy Antoine. Greetings from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. We are your central bank, and we work for you. And by the way, that looks like Sniper there. No? I thought it was. I saw some people that look like from Sniper. But I want to greet our youth as well, any youth in the room and those who are listening online. So I have a short presentation I'd like to share with you. I want to thank the government of St. Kitts and Nevis through the Cabinet Secretary for the invitation to be part of this consultation today. The future happens no matter how much we scream. The words of Nobel laureate Derek Walcott. If you reflect on this quote for a moment, there's an inevitability to life. That doesn't mean we can't shape it and change it. But if you think about the digital transformation that's going on in our world, that is going to happen whether we are ready for it or not. AI is here whether we like it or not, whether we feel comfortable with it or not. The climate risk is real, and climate risk is financial risk, whether we are deniers of the climate or we understand that climate change is real. And I think most of us do. And so is the effluxion of time. Time waits on no man or woman. The future happens no matter how much we scream. Every day we have a choice. We can choose to either curse the darkness or light a candle. Every single day. Every single one of us. I say this in our central bank all the time. What is your choice? As for me, it must always be to light a candle. So I hope that as you contemplate the matters before you today during this budget consultation and you're in continued engagement with government, that yes, feedback will be given, and yes, where criticisms are warranted, they will be offered, but always, always, your mindset, your disposition ought to be to light a candle. Because ultimately, we have to help build this nation and build our currency union. And we'll get far more done if we light candles than curse darkness. Make the right choice. We've been cogitating on this question for the last year and a half, almost 2 years now. Started at the launch of our 40th anniversary last year. What will it take to double the size of this economy over the next 10 years? What will it take? And I've styled that challenge the big push. And the question this morning in this consultation, in this National Budget Forum is, what will it take to double the size of the St. Kitts and Nevis economy in pursuit of the Sustainable Island State agenda? At the moment, the GDP is about 2.3 billion. How do we get to 4.6? And I want to be clear that GDP is simply a conversation starter. Everyone, many of us, myself included, understand that GDP is flawed. But it allows us to begin the discussion about how we enlarge opportunities in this economy so that everyone, as Mr. Thompson said earlier, has a chance to express themselves, fully participate, and realize their God-given potential. That's the ask. Now, in simple mathematical terms, how do we double? We grow by 7% for 10 years. If we are able to sustain a growth rate of 7% for the next decade, we essentially double. Now, I will be the first to say that is easier said than done. And part of the reason why is because of the shocks. The shocks keep coming, whether it's pandemic, inflation, natural disasters. And so we have to navigate those shocks, manage that volatility so that we can get that trajectory up and sustain to deliver a doubling. And key in that enterprise, that pursuit, is this whole notion of building resilience. What is resilience? What is resilience? I define resilience as our capacity to withstand and absorb shocks and to bounce forward. Not back, forward. Every crisis and every challenge must be leveraged to build the resilience of this nation, of our currency union. And the reality is that because the shocks keep coming, we have to constantly concern ourselves with building resilience. That includes, for example, the building of fiscal buffers so that we have something for the rainy day. Because guess what? The rainy day always comes. For Grenada and St. Vincent and Grenadines recently, it was Hurricane Beryl. For St. Vincent and Grenadines, it was a volcano. And before that, for all of us, it was COVID. And before that, it was a global financial crisis. And the shocks keep coming. It's not if, it's when. So we have to build buffers to be able to sustain the shock, as we saw in the recent, with the recent shocks. I'm moving it quickly because my time is very limited and I have a few slides I want to share before I sit. So here are the key messages. Transformation requires first a mindset, not the right mindset. Skill set, because it's not just know-how, it's know-how to do. We have to be not just ideas people and thinkers. Blessed are the thinkers, but even more blessed are the thinkers and doers. We need doers. Policy set. The policy set, and again, the enabling environment created by the state in consultation with the private sector and other partners, that set of policies that allow us to see the development, the pursuit, the delivery of the island state agenda, the sustainable island state agenda. And then investments. Because at the end of the day, with all the policies and all the nice talk, if you're not financing investments to realize these policies, we're not going to move the needle. Now, we cannot do any of this without collective ownership. So this whole idea of towards a sustainable island state, the sister agenda, if I may refer to it as that, has to be bought in. Everybody has to buy into that. Not just governments, not just the private sector, the NGO community, the churches, the faith community. Our students must understand and embrace this agenda because it's a national agenda. And it needs to go beyond party lines and partisan lines. This has to be truly embraced. Sustainability, ownership is key. And finally, there must be a sense of urgency. We must do it, and we must do it now. And by the way, the fastest way to boost growth in our economy is to raise the level of our productivity. And that starts with our timekeeping. I'm just putting that out. It's not a criticism. It's not a criticism. So don't misunderstand what I just said. Because time waits on no man or woman. And one of the fastest ways to raise productivity across the nations of the currency union is how we manage our time, including how we manage our meetings. I move on. I don't want to get sidetracked. I could be here all morning and I don't have that time or luxury. What are some of the theaters of transformation? And may I add diversification? Because government is speaking to diversification. And let me just say before I move on, these consultations are important, and I see them as part of good governance. I see them as an instrument of good governance. Get other people involved, get them around the table, hear their views, and help you to shape the national agenda. So I commend the government on this. I think this is the second time I've been asked, and we are happy to support this from the central bank. These are some of the theaters that you see. I'm not going to touch them all in because I don't have the time. Skills. Critical to what we have to do for this island state, island nation, and for our currency union is we have to develop skills. And in some ways, it is to reverse the brain drain and create some brain gain. That means bringing and locking back in some of our people in the diaspora and getting us together. Because some of the times, what is holding us back is the fact that we just do not have the cadre of skilled people to move the thing faster. It falls on a few, a skilled few, because many of our skilled professionals are in the diaspora. But skills are going to be important, as well as what we do with our youth with respect to our education system. And I've spoken many times in the past about this need for us to shift from subjects to skills. from subjects to skills. Not going to get started on that this morning, but you know my views on that. I have a passionate perspective on that. A lot of people come out of school with degrees and have plenty subjects. They have no critical thinking skills. They communicate poorly. They have no interpersonal skills. And by the way, these are not soft skills. I think we do a disservice to these skills when we call them soft. Anybody who has been in leadership for any amount of time knows the hardest part of the job is dealing with people. That ain't soft. Pardon my colloquial, but sometimes colloquial works better than standard English. There's nothing soft about that. Those are smart skills and life skills. The hardest part is dealing with people. So we have to encourage our people to see these as smart skills in addition to the technical skills. And that is something we want to see. Digital transformation, energy security, food and nutrition, wealth creation. And on wealth creation, I want to commend the government for the Aspire program. It aligns with what we want to do to get our young people, our youth, trained in a culture of investing. Throughout this month of October, we've been focused in Financial Information Month Festival on moving from saving to investing. Because at this moment, in our currency union, only 4%, 1 in 25 of our people, 4% are invested in the regional and international market. You look at the United States, that number is 3 in 5 or 60%. So when we talk about transformation, when we talk about elevating the growth trajectory, when we talk about doubling the size of the economy, part of it requires we shift from saving to investing. As we speak, we have over $25 billion in the banking system. A lot of excess liquidity. And the bankers will tell you they're looking for projects to invest in, and the people will tell you the banks don't want to lend them the money. And how do we solve that? Well, I have a small suggestion in a little while. Small one. Quickly, the global outlook. St. Kitts and Nevis does not operate in a vacuum. And so as you think about your budget, as you think about the medium term, the next 3 years, the next 5 years, you have to recognize and read the context. I just came back from Washington last week, the IMF World Bank annual meetings, and of course a lot of this was discussed. I'll just give you the takeaways right off screen. Growth is slower. So although growth has resumed, it is slower than before the pandemic. Now globally around 3.2% for the next 3 years or so. Inflation is down, good news, but guess what? We all know it. Prices are sticky downwards. When they go up, they seldom come down. So while it is true that inflation is lower compared to say 9% a few years ago, it's now down to less than 2%. Inflation is a growth in the price level. But the price that you see in the supermarket, for example, because I get asked that when I talk about inflation fall. Come on, which supermarket, which shop? I have to say to you, explain what inflation means. And of course, the elements of inflation. And we often see food and energy. Those are key elements, but there are other things in there as well. There's housing, as in rent, there's telecoms, a range of things in the basket. The inflation has come down, generally speaking. I see it in fuel, we see it in some things. I almost said airfares, but that's not true in some parts of the region. Internationally, airfares have come down. But the truth is that inflation, prices are sticky downwards. And that's the reality. Global public debt. Global public debt will reach $100 trillion by the end of this year. Now, that's a cautionary tale for us in the currency union about how we manage debt, but it also speaks to the fiscal pressures on advanced economies, many of which we are looking for to help us with financing and aid and certain contributions to climate, for example. Many of these countries are highly indebted and have their own issues. You don't need to look any further than the United States in the throes of a general election and the whole discussion about the deficit and the public debt. And then there are geopolitical tensions, the war in the Middle East and in other parts of the world, including Ukraine. And the reality is that we watch this very carefully because the last time Israel invaded Lebanon, 2006, we saw oil prices go by 30% and peak then at $80 a barrel. We will have to see now what happens with oil prices. Why is that important to us? Because we are oil importers. And at the end of the day, the price at the pump will be reflected in what happens globally. But there's another concern. When oil prices go up, the government revenues from oil falls. Government revenues fall. Why? Because the government tries to cushion the effect on the population by cutting back the taxes. So government doesn't benefit from an oil increase, an increase in the price of oil. On the contrary, on the converse, they actually lose revenue because of the need to find a cushioning effect. So we are concerned about oil prices. And of course, the climate risk is real. We saw it recently with Hurricane Beryl, and we saw it in other parts, including the United States, with Helene and the other one that just passed through. I want to confirm this morning that our EC dollar remains strong. The back-end today is 98.6%. The law requires that we be at 60% at least. We are at almost 99. So I want to confirm that, yes, we weathered the storm. We continue to see the economy, the currency remain strong. COVID and all, at the height of COVID, we went down to maybe around 90%. And we back up, we're heading back to 100%. So again, this is important for St. Kitts and Nevis and for our currency union. We are your central bank. Inflation has come down. I just spoke to that, so I'm going to move on because I want to try and stick to my time. Growth. So Mrs. Francis already told you what the expectation is on growth. So you'll see for the currency union, if you can see right there, for 2003, last year, 3.7%. This year, around 4%. Next year, around 3.5%. So let's move that to St. Kitts and Nevis, and you can see the current projection is for around 2.5% this year. Last year was 1.2, this year around 2.5. Now, obviously we want to do much better than that, currency union-wise and in St. Kitts and Nevis. A lot of the growth that could happen will depend on the projects, the implementation of the major projects. So a number of the projects that the government has, whether it is the road projects, whether it is the desalination plant, whether it is the other water project, whether it is the hospital, smart hospital, Basti High School, just calling some specific examples. If these projects start, they will boost growth and, of course, employment. So the onus is on government and all involved to move these projects as quickly as possible. All won't start at once, but you want to have a certain momentum in terms of implementation of projects based on what is ready and so on. And the other thing, which I already said, that could help growth is productivity. We have to get better at managing resources, including the public service, but also in the private sector. But I don't want to give the impression that productivity is an issue in only the public sector. That is not true. I've been in around long enough to know that the private sector too has issues, and I'm sure Mr. Thompson will agree with that. We need to boost productivity across the country and across our currency union. The food import bill. So in 2019-20, the CARICOM heads declared 25 by 25. I think everybody now knows what 25 by 25 is. Cut the food import bill by 25% by 2025. I'm afraid to say this morning, we are not heading in the right direction where that is concerned. The reality is that in 2019, the food bill was at 1.8 billion. As of last year, we are now at 2.1 billion. So we're moving in the wrong direction. Last year, the food import bill, currency union-wide, went up by 8%. And what did we see? The key contributors, vegetables and fruits, went up by 15%, cereal by 6%, meat by 3%. Let's take that home now to St. Kitts. Well, let me start here and then I'll come to St. Kitts and Nevis. On screen, you will see that 7 out of 8 member countries imported more food last year than the previous year. In fact, only one country had a slight decrease, Grenada at 1%. St. Kitts and Nevis, the food import bill grew by 10%. So the blue is 2023, the goal is 2022. So as you can see, 7 out of the 8 countries experienced growth in the food import bill. Now, I must explain that some of that increase is, in fact, inflation. Prices have generally gone up. Fact. But what we've always noticed is that when the economy recovers, we begin to see more imports. That's why we've always said, when you talk about stimulus, people have to be very careful with this talk about stimulus. I'm not anti-stimulus, but I've been around long enough to know that stimulus is a sugar rush that very often leaves very little impact on the local economy. Because what people simply do is go on Amazon and click, click, click. That's what they do. The leakage factor is so high that much of the money doesn't stay. And people say, well, government, spend this money, and they're not feeling it or seeing it. Go and ask Jeff Bezos of Amazon if he's feeling it. I think he's feeling it. He's feeling it. We're not, many times, because of our high propensity to import. So we have to understand our economies, how they work, and how we spend. Because we could be spending money looking for things that we will not see because the structured economy will not permit. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot reduce the food import bill here in St. Kitts and Nevis or anywhere in our currency union without tackling 3 food categories in particular. Meat, fruits and vegetables, and cereals. Why? These 3 categories account for 53% of the basket. So if we want to bend that curve, we have to do something about meat. How many of you are prepared to go vegan this morning? Let me see, show by raise of hands. Okay. And we're about to enter Christmas season. I mean, what? Government all about, are you crazy? He had to be out of his mind. There's no way I'm doing that. Just saying, if we had to cut meat, something has to give. All right. By the way, I'm not vegetarian. I just want to be clear, so I'm not saying you have to do that. I eat mainly fish, but we have to tackle meat. We import a lot of our meat. There is progress, and I should point out that we have seen some progress, for example, with some poultry, chicken, eggs, and I believe here and on Nevis I've seen some progress in 1 or 2. But when you look overall, we're still importing, the numbers show it, on meat. I think we are trying to get self-sufficient in chicken maybe eggs. I'm not sure if we're there yet. But certainly overall on meat, we're importing a lot of meat. Fine cuts and this, that. One of the things that we, and then fruits and vegetables, still, we importing too much fruits and vegetables and so on. So I'm going to move on in the interest of time. Here are some factors. What we're trying to do is to see if we could further disaggregate this data so that we could tell how much of that is from hotels and then the sector and then the non-hotel sector. Because that will give us a better insight about the behavior around the food, this 25 by 25 agenda. But these are the numbers we have. We've been tracking it since the announcement. We shared this with our Ministers of Finance, Minister of Agriculture 3 months ago, and we continue to check in with them. I'm almost done. Well, I'm a couple of slides away. What do we want from AI? AI is here to stay. We already seen it deployed. Even at the central bank, we are using it in certain ways, and we will do other things with AI as we go forward. Our region, St. Kitts and Nevis, needs an AI strategy. Because, folks, the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want an anti-worker AI or a pro-worker AI? You see, without a conscious choice, AI could be anti-worker. And that goes against our ability to create jobs and to give people an opportunity to create their own job or to get a job and have their own dignity about their quality of life, to reduce dependence on the state, among other things. And so we have to be very thoughtful in this moment as a region and as a country about how we want AI to work for us. One of the things we'll be doing, certainly at the central bank level, is an AI strategy in the next year or so in our next strategic plan, because we now need to fully embrace that and see it translate into how we work, not just within the central bank, but with our member countries. And I want to submit to you that St. Kitts and Nevis needs an AI strategy. There are some points there, but in the interest of time, I'm going to move on. So I did ask AI for a view. So let's see if we could play that now. AI, what will it take for St. Kitts and Nevis to become a sustainable island state?
Leveraging renewable energy, particularly solar and wind, can drive a shift toward green energy independence, while smart agriculture and eco-friendly tourism can ensure food security and reduce the environmental footprint. Fostering a vibrant digital economy through investment in technology, fintech, and digital services will create high-skilled jobs, especially for youth, promoting inclusivity and empowering underrepresented groups. Sustainability will be further achieved by prioritizing climate resilience, adopting circular economy principles, and strengthening regulatory frameworks to protect biodiversity and marine resources. This holistic approach will create a diversified, resilient economy that balances growth with environmental stewardship and social equity.
Give it up for AI. Not bad, right? Not bad. I mean, there's some things we could agree with there. So he looks like us, he just doesn't have our accent, but they're working on that, right? So this came from AI. For those of you who didn't understand, we asked AI the question, this is what AI gave us. All right? Just saying. So as I conclude, I want to quickly share a few thoughts about what ECCB is doing, because an obvious question could be, okay, we heard you, what is the central bank doing about all of this? What's your role in all of this? And I quickly want to list a few of the things that we're doing to support inclusion, inclusivity, and the sustainability agenda. The ease of opening a bank account. Yes, we've heard all of the complaints, and we are now taking active steps with our banks to make it easier for people to open an account. That includes moving from two IDs to one ID through a process we call simplified due diligence. That includes getting a letter from your parent or guardian so that you can open an account. If you are a small young person just out of school that want to start a business, for example, you don't own a home, you can't provide proof of address, and some other things to make it easier for people to access the banking system, the financial system. And yes, we have to deal with the issue of consumer protection, how people engage with their financial institutions, banks, credit unions, and insurance companies, and so on. And we are setting up now the Office of Financial Conduct and Inclusion, that you will have a vehicle in the central bank through which you can channel those concerns, complaints, issues, and they can be addressed. Right now, the banking law does not give us that authority. The central bank, the Monetary Council in July approved changes to the banking law that will allow us to now have market conduct, financial protection included in our remit. The Payment System and Services Bill, that is before our governments now. The partial credit guarantee. This is what I meant about access to finance for small businesses. We launched this program 4 years ago. And I want to say to you at this moment, it has been a bit slower than we would have liked, but right now it is. So what is this program? For those who don't know, essentially it's access to small businesses through guarantees, finance for small business through guarantees. You use your bank or credit union, and you go for a small loan. The loans can range from anywhere up to $700,000. The guarantee is anywhere between 75 and 80%. So a simple example, you go for a loan for $100,000, your bank or credit union can, through the guarantee program, get a guarantee for $75,000, which means that the uncovered portion is $25,000. That's very important because it makes it easier for banks or credit unions to lend because the risk is reduced. The banks, credit unions pay a fee to the Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation. They make the loan. The loan is the loan of the bank or credit union. The interest income goes to the bank or credit union. The customer is a customer of the bank or the credit union. So far, about $15 million have been issued in loans, about $12 million in guarantees. Unfortunately, only 2 in St. Kitts and Nevis so far, and we want to see that number increase. So we've done 121 guarantees now. I suspect because the banks had other funding and because the Development Bank had other funding, they were not looking at this guarantee program, but this program is for small businesses. Men and women, fishers, farmers, creatives, youth in business. We want to make use of that. So we launched that to help you, small business folks, and to create your own jobs. Therefore, we want to encourage you to do that. The Renewable Energy Facility, to build out our energy footprint on the renewable side. We started the work. You see what we've done on our own campus, but we are now trying to get all of our countries to move faster with their renewable energy. Again, in the interest of time, I won't dwell into that. And very importantly, the CBI regional regulator. We recognize the importance of CIP, CBI for our countries. Here in St. Kitts, which has the largest program, the oldest program, but across the currency union. It is our firm belief that to help protect these programs, a common approach to regulation would work. The heads made that decision in March. They've tasked the central bank to lead this effort, and we are now leading that effort. I want to be clear, the regulator, ECCB, will not regulate CIP or CBI. I want to be clear. What we are doing is leveraging our regulatory experience and contacts to prepare and establish that framework, which will then be enacted into law, and a separate legal entity will be the regulator for CIP, CBI programs across the currency union. So that is work we're doing right now. The next meeting of the Interim Regulatory Commission is tomorrow. Youth, we invest in our youth. So a lot of the skills that we talk about, we invest in. One of the things that really pleased me, I don't see Taiwan here today, but we had a very effective partnership with Taiwan over the summer where we did a camp for 1 month in generative AI and Python. Our commitment is to train at least 500 young people, students, every year for the next 5 years across the currency union. And we saw extremely interesting concepts come out of the camp. Chatbots in medical services, mental health, sexual health, disaster preparedness. Really interesting ideas and skills because they had to do some coding, they had to do some creation, and they also worked on their smart skills like interpersonal conflict resolution, communication, creativity, all of which are necessary for the 21st century. And these are just some examples, and this is not an exhaustive list by any means. Finally, this is the legislative agenda, which I won't go into now. St. Kitts is making progress, St. Kitts and Nevis. The last three, securities, investment funds, and ECC, those are for wealth creation. So we want to encourage their passage so that they will help your agenda, our agenda, shared agenda of wealth creation. With that, I conclude by saying, as a region, we cannot change our history, nor can we change our geography. But together, we can elevate our development trajectory through innovation and collective action. I thank you for your attention, and have a wonderful consultation. And my apologies for going way over my time.
Thank you, Governor Antoine, for such an impactful presentation. At this point, we will take a 10-minute break and return for the keynote address and an open dialogue, which will wrap up our morning session. So, enjoy. We'll move straight into the second half of the morning session. And I welcome to the podium the Prime Minister of St. Nevis, the Honorable Dr. Terence M. Drew, Minister of Finance, National Security, Citizenship and Immigration, Health and Human Resource Management, and Social Security, to deliver the keynote address for today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liward, Master of Ceremonies, for this morning. Let me take this opportunity, of course, to welcome all of us to this national consultation. Let me start, of course, by recognizing the number of persons here, members of the Federal Cabinet, our Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Handley, our Minister of Tourism et al., Honorable Marsha Henderson, Honorable Conwys Maynard, Minister of Infrastructure et al., our learned AG, Honorable Gat Wilkin, Honorable Samuel Duggins, our Minister of Agriculture et al., and Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas, Minister of Foreign Affairs et al. Also want to recognize the Consular Corps, who is also here with us. Apart from the honorary councils, I want to recognize them, but to recognize the ambassador of the Republic of Cuba, St. Kitts and Nevis, Ambassador David, and the representative, of course, from Venezuela as well, and the other honorary councils, as mentioned before, who are here with us this morning. I want to recognize the leadership of the government, be it PSs and those who head various ministries, to recognize the cabinet secretary, who is the one responsible for today's event in terms of its organization. As I look across, I see representation as well from the public sector, and to reach out to Mr. Kevin Thompson, who presented on behalf of the chamber, to also recognize that the governor of the central bank, Mr. Antoine, as well. But I also want to recognize the students who are here with us. We had a whole forum for them last year. We had participated in that forum to give their position on what they think the budget should be. And I see a contingent from the CFBC. They're here with us this morning as well. Put your hands together for the students. Thank you very much. And so, let me recognize all who are here. And at the head table, we have had a change with the FS, the Financial Secretary, who is now joining me here this morning, and you'll hear from her as we go into the discussions that will take place immediately after. So we are all here today as stakeholders demonstrating our commitment to the advancement of our federation, St. Kitts and Nevis. This exercise ensures that all perspectives are documented and all voices are heard as a means of ensuring that the interests and passions of our people, young and old, are reflected in the government's plan for the 2025 fiscal year. Out of this national forum, your government intends to present a path forward for St. Kitts and Nevis, one marked by innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability as we march towards a sustainable island state. And as we embark on this journey, we must create a foundation that fuels the achievement of such a vision. Innovation is at the heart of a country's growth potential, which allows for new ideas, solutions, and technologies that can unlock opportunities and address the evolving challenges that we face. Economic uncertainties, global crises, and technological advancements have reshaped the landscape of the economies. As a small island developing state, we must navigate these challenges with resilience and foresight. St. Kitts and Nevis is known to be a resilient and evolving island state with immense growth potential. The economy, as pointed out, is expected to grow once again in 2025 compared to the growth of this year. And we are expecting further growth within the medium term. And therefore, the medium-term outlook reveals that the economy will continue to grow, and that will extend up to 2025 and to 2027. The services-related sectors such as construction, hotels and restaurants, wholesale and retail trade, financial services, transportation, storage and communications, and public administration are anticipated to contribute significantly to economic outlook. Tourism remains the cornerstone of our economy, which has impacted various sectors, including hotels and restaurants, transport, storage, and communication sectors. The sector is expected or is estimated to grow by 8.2% in 2024. That is significant. Put your hands together, of course, for the tremendous work in that sector. And will continue to grow over the medium and long term. This follows a notable increase of 23.8% in 2023, attributed to an increase of 31% in tourist arrivals to 104,500 persons. In general, the performance of this sector is linked to the increased airlift into the Federation via the traditional airlines, including the return of Liat to the airways, as well as the introduction of new airline services such as Inter-Caribbean Airways, Sunrise Airways, JetBlue, just to name a few. Further, with the intense marketing efforts of St. Kitts and Nevis tourism authorities, it is anticipated that tourist arrivals will surpass its 2018 pre-pandemic levels by 2025. And I think the Minister of Tourism will give the specific numbers in her press conference, I think it's tomorrow. No doubt you will agree that this sector drives significant inflows, creates jobs for our people, and fosters the growth of small businesses. Activity in the construction sector, which is the largest economic sector here in the Federation, continues at a pace with increased activity in commercial and residential construction. In the medium term, we can expect the construction sector to bloom as a direct result of the implementation of our sustainable economic expansion and diversification pillars, which we are calling SEED. We expect the full implementation of several planned projects in both the public and private sectors that should spur activities in the construction sector. These include, but are not limited to, the new Bastia High School, climate smart homes, the Bastia desalination plant, Nevis power plant expansion, invigoration of the Kittitian Hill and Christoph Harbour, and the construction of a climate smart hospital. Building a robust economy is not without challenges, and the status of manufacturing sector is one of such challenges. We are aware that activities in the manufacturing sector have been declining over time due to the closure of some factories. The government will seek to implement the manufacturing strategy and continue to seek out opportunities to partner with international investors to revive the sector. And at this juncture, an essential question for us to contemplate today is what will it take for us here in St. Kitts and Nevis to not only achieve the growth numbers that have been estimated by the Ministry of Sustainable Development or how to set our sights higher, but how we can work together to raise the bar and at least double the growth rate over the medium term. And when we listen to the governor of the central bank, that was a fundamental question that was asked. As we look towards the close of this year, we expect inflation to be around 1.5%, as was discussed. The prices we see in our federation are in part shaped by global events, including the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. These external factors create ripples that affect our local markets, from rising costs of imported goods to higher shipping fees. We've all felt the impact. However, your government has worked diligently over the past 2 years to shield our people from the full brunt of these pressures by providing subsidies on essential items such as fuel, cooking gas, and electricity. We've managed to soften the blow and keep inflation at bay. Our commitment remains firm in ensuring that we continue to protect the most vulnerable while balancing economic realities. Let me say that St. Kitts and Nevis has the lowest cost, or among the lowest cost countries when it comes to energy, whether it be what we call the tank of gas, or whether it be at the pump, or whether it be in terms of electricity. Another significant driver of growth in our federation is the Citizenship by Investment program, which has generated substantial revenue for national development. Over the past 2 years, your government has worked tirelessly hard to safeguard the integrity and benefits of this crucial program. In the past year alone, we made tough decisions But these decisions were necessary to ensure that the long-term prosperity of our nation continues on a path of sustainability. We took firm steps to protect the reputation of St. Kitts and Nevis on the global stage. And I'm happy that the governor of the central bank has really indicated to us the central role that the bank is now playing in helping us to regulate this sector. We have implemented crucial legislative and administrative reforms to fortify our CBI program, and these efforts are paying off. I am proud to share that in 2024, St. Kitts and Nevis' overall ranking in the CBI space was considered among the best. This recognition is a testament to our boldness, our commitment to excellence, and our leadership in shaping the future of CBI on the international scene. We are not just participants in this global industry. We want to help to set the standards that will govern this most crucial sector. So we are proud of the work done in partnership with the other 4 OECS prime ministers and countries, the US Treasury Department, and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and also our other international partners to establish 6 key principles for operating CBI programs within the region. The 5 participating countries with CBI programs have collectively agreed to the following. 1, standardized treatment of denials. 2, virtual or in-person interviews of applicants. 3, additional screening of applicants via financial intelligence units. 4, independent audits of citizenship by investments units. 5, retrieval of cancelled passports. And 6, suspension of persons who are from certain regions. Our CBI program and those operating in our neighborhoods, in our neighboring OECS countries, have a real chance of stability and sustainability. Our program is now set to gain and to once again deliver real benefits to our people of this country in terms of real jobs and viable economic opportunities. We believe that the Citizenship by Investment program is an important vehicle for the continued development of our beloved federation. And I also hasten to say that this program ought not to be the only pillar of development of our country. Let me point out that our country depended on the CBI by about 60 to 70%. A significant portion of our revenues depended on the CBI. In this year's budget, we are seeking to cut that number so that we can further diversify. In fact, we are planting the seed for our sustainable island state. Our path forward must involve building economic resiliency and diversification. Our goal is to build an economy that leverages both traditional strengths and new industries, ensuring stability and the achievement of the SDGs by the target date of 2030. To reduce vulnerability to global shocks, economic diversification is indeed a cornerstone of the government's strategy to ensure that the economy is not dependent on a single sector, but can be transformed into a multi-sectoral and broad-based type of economy. The sustainable economic expansion and diversification, or what we term seed pillars, were identified to promote the transition toward high productivity and a service-oriented economy that would yield improved macroeconomic and fiscal outcomes, including fostering economic growth and improved standard of living. As such, some of the key indicators of the Sustainable Development Goals are deeply etched in the seed pillars, which require permanent and stable commitment and efficient and action-oriented policies that ensure that the goal is attained. And as was pointed out this morning, this needs all of society buy-in. With a strong emphasis on water security, your government has embraced innovative solutions, including the adoption of desalination technologies to safeguard this vital resource. We have constructed 2 desalination plants, one of which will be powered by solar energy, underscoring our commitment to sustainable development. As the Honorable Minister responsible for water often reminds us, water is life, and every drop counts. That's Minister Honorable Conway Maynard. In response to increased demand of potable water and the supply shortages exacerbated by climate change, these plants were established to boost our water capacity. Earlier this year, we took another bold step in enhancing our water supply with the commissioning of a new well in Keyon. This well is expected to significantly and has significantly improved the water distribution network, especially in areas that have faced shortages for decades. Additionally, we're encouraging water filtration systems in the tourism sector, where hoteliers are adopting reverse osmosis techniques to ensure a steady supply of potable water. Our efforts to secure a resilient future continue as we explore potential new well sites and expand the use of renewable energy-powered desalination systems. Together, we are building a future where water security is assured for generations to come. Another critical area in which the government is continuously transforming the adaptation of affordable and clean energy is the adaptation of affordable and clean energy. The government has invested heavily in renewable energy practices such as street lighting program, where energy-consuming lights/bulbs were converted into energy savings, LEDs, thereby reducing power consumption. The transition from fossil fuel into a mixture of solar energy and geothermal energy is a pivotal stage in the Federation's transformative plans. We concur with the IMF that a successful transition to renewable energy, AI was right, Governor. I'm going to read what the IMF said. We concur with the IMF that a successful transition to renewable energy would have a profound impact on the economy. That is very critically important. Such strategic investments in energy initiatives could reduce fuel imports, lower energy costs, and support productivity, growth, and boosting economic diversification and export opportunities. So in terms of diversification of the economy, energy is at the center. For further diversification, we are looking at the agricultural sector. The development of the cannabis industry will improve the scope of the traditional production of crops. The enhancement of this industry would reap medical and economic benefits. Additionally, the collaborative efforts of the Tabasco Company and our local pepper farmers will have positive impacts on the growth of the agricultural sector. The CARICOM 25 by 25 initiative is already reaping tremendous benefits with the supply of seedlings, ground preparation, and the provision of irrigation systems, ground cover, fencing material, and technical assistance. The farmers are being equipped with what is necessary to boost and increase their production. We are aware that this increase in agricultural output could result in production surpluses in some areas, and the Ministry of Agriculture is already exploring partnerships in canning, drying, preserving, and marketing the excess. Another crucial pillar for a thriving economy is investments in both national security and health. To this end, I want to thank all those who work in the national security space, and the commander is here with us of the military and representatives from other agencies. I also want to thank the Chamber for its collaboration in the formulation of the all-of-society approach to dealing with the scourge that we are dealing with. And so I want to thank all who have participated, from the other political parties, from the religious community, from the sporting community. Wherever you are in the space and you have participated, your participation is well noted, because it is the only way in which we can deal with this matter. When our citizens feel secure, they can pursue opportunities, contribute to national growth, and live with peace of mind. Citizen security is not just a policy priority for your government. It is a fundamental right that empowers each of us to live freely and without fear. In reaffirming our commitment to this right, we have established a dedicated Citizen Security Secretariat and launched the 90-day National Citizen Security Campaign. This campaign embodies our proactive approach to crime prevention, focusing not only on enforcement, but also on community engagement and early intervention. Through direct dialogue with citizens, we've gained valuable insights into their security concerns, strengthening the bond between the people and law enforcement. And by working together, we are building safer communities where everyone can thrive, knowing that their security remains a top priority. In other words, we are dealing with the issue of crime and violence, but more expansively, the issue of citizen security from a public health perspective, a concept where all hands must be on deck. Citizens, ladies and gentlemen, a healthy population is more productive, engaged, and better equipped to contribute to economy and society. That is why strategic investment in healthcare has been a key priority for your government. We are making significant strides in this area, evidenced by the ongoing construction of a new MRI facility, set to be operational by the first quarter of 2025. It will be the first MRI owned by the Ministry of Health and fully available for all of our people. In addition, the refurbishment of the JNF General Hospital in collaboration with the Cable, TDC, and other private sector partners has brought state-of-the-art upgrades to our medical infrastructure. And I encourage you to visit so you can see for yourself. We have also acquired a range of cutting-edge medical equipment, including colonoscopes. That is the instrument that looks up into the bowel to detect and treat colon cancer. Gastroscopes, an instrument that goes down into the stomach to treat and diagnose ailments of the stomach. Esophagus, which is this tube that goes from the throat to the stomach, and the beginning of the small intestines. We have also have the most anesthesiology machines at the hospital. We have a fluoroscopy. We have ultrasounds, echocardiograms, EEG machines. These equipment we have never had at the hospital in its whole history. First time we are having these equipment there. And all of this for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And to say lastly, we are now implementing the most advanced CT scan available, which is a 128-slice CT scan that will be implemented within the next 2 weeks. There are only 4 of this type in the whole of the Caribbean. And I want to thank our special envoy, Dr. Frank Laws, His Excellency, for his tremendous work in helping us to procure such a piece of equipment. All of us will benefit from it, directly or indirectly. I must say this as well, that St. Kitts and Nevis is the only country on earth that had no deaths of children between 1 and 4 in 2023. The only country on earth. That is a tremendous achievement, one way or the other. Now, looking ahead, your government is committed to constructing a climate-smart hospital, a facility designed to withstand the ravages of natural disasters while offering top-tier medical care. This ambitious project will be realized through a partnership with the Republic of China, Taiwan, and I want to express our deepest gratitude for their support. And to that end, I also want to express our deepest gratitude to the Republic of Cuba for their tremendous assistance in making sure that we have the necessary human resource in terms of the number of specialists that we have at the hospital. It is also the highest number of specialists in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis that the JNF Hospital has had. I want you to put your hands together for the Republic of Cuba. And some of our international partners, and I see the counselors here, such as Mr. Amri, who I think is through the Swiss or the Italians, who contribute to our healthcare space as well. Express our gratitude to them. At this time, I would like to shift focus to the issue of financial sustainability, particularly in relation to our social security system. Social security is a cornerstone of economic security and social stability for our people, offering vital support in times of need and ensuring dignity in retirement. However, like many systems worldwide, ours is under financial strain due to an aging population and increasing life expectancy. The Social Security Board has been actively diversifying its revenue streams with investments spanning short-term bank deposits, government T-bills and bonds, equities, real estate, etc. These efforts are aimed at strengthening the fund. However, to ensure long-term sustainability and protect intergenerational equity, the board has presented a series of reform recommendations based on studies and data. The Social Security Board has already begun engaging the public through national consultations to gather feedback and ensure that any eventual reforms are in the best interest of all stakeholders. Your government remains committed to maintaining a system that is fair, sustainable, and robust for future generations. And at this point, I've spoken over and over again about social security. I can say that in the next budget debate, which is slated for November 8th, I will give the country an update, but I can say November 7th. At the next parliamentary debate, the next parliamentary debate, which would be the 8th of November, I will give the country an update as to the state of social security. But let me say, social security is in a much better situation. And as we conclude this morning's session, at least from the speech perspective, I want to remind you that the work we are doing together is far from finished. What I've shared with you today is just a snapshot of your government's efforts. The true breadth of our achievements, along with our vision for 2025 and beyond, will be fully articulated during the annual budget address in December. But today, I want to issue a call to action to each of us, to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Building a prosperous and resilient nation is not the work of government alone. It requires all of us working together with shared purpose and determination. Whether you are a business professional, a farmer, a teacher, a student, your contribution matters. Let us harness the power of innovation, foster inclusivity, and pursue sustainability in everything that we do. Together, we can build a future where every citizen, every community plays a role in shaping a brighter tomorrow. And to our young people and to our students here in the audience, I want to share this with you, that you are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but let me reiterate, you are truly and really the leaders of tomorrow. But I also want to tell you that you are the leaders of today as well. Your ideas, your energy, and your passion are critical to the future of our federation. Be bold, be creative, step forward with confidence, because the future really belongs to you. And as we look ahead, I am confident in the direction of our country. The commitment of my fellow cabinet ministers and the tireless efforts of your government are paving the way for a stronger more prosperous, and more sustainable St. Kitts and Nevis. Together, we are laying the foundation for long-term success, and I'm optimistic that the best is yet to come. Therefore, I encourage all of us to stay engaged as the afternoon session promises to delve deeper into the key areas of our nation's growth. You will hear from my colleagues, ministers of tourism, agriculture, public infrastructure, energy and utilities, and sustainable development, environment and climate action on the pivotal sectors driving the economic diversification. These discussions will shape our collective path forward. And with that, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your interest. And I look forward to getting from you your comments, your ideas, your questions, because the only way that we can do it is to do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for such a moving presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for dialogue. This is your first opportunity of the day to share your suggestions, ideas, or concerns, and make your contribution in framing the 2025 budget. The mics are being placed in the aisle. Please make your way to the mics and begin your expressions. And we ask you to state your name, the agency or organization or department you represent, and who you're directing the question to. And of course, yes, you can make comments as well. Comments, suggestions, ideas, emotional outbursts, whatever you desire.
Hey, my name is Austin Williams, retired Commissioner of Police. I just want to put some ideas, some priorities, some whatever you want to call them. For years, we used to hear that in this budget year, we will deliver the facility at Limekeel Project, Limekeel Development, the police training facility. I wouldn't elaborate much on anything. I can just give 4 points. So that's 1. 2, there should be, I used to say all the time, an independent traffic department. But I will just put it this way, that there should be traffic patrol unit, because they're the department already, but as you be aware, they just do more administration. And you know the vehicle population, last time I checked, it was about 35,000. I see 2 boats were in at one weekend. The first time ever, 2, we say car boats, vehicle boats, 2 were in one time. I don't know how you think about that, but I know what that means. The next, there should be a police station on the Southeast Peninsula. And as I see the fire chief here this morning, I thought that you should have space for fire department. And Oh. The Fort Thomas Hotel, for many years and many presentations, a lot of ideas were put forward, suggested for it to be government headquarters and so on and so forth. But something needs to be done. Thanks.
Four questions. Yeah, there were four things to quickly respond to. With respect to the police facility or the security facility at Limekeel, that's a very interesting question. As you know, it was being supported by the European Union, and there were some issues surrounding it that we are working through. Issues that existed before my time. But nonetheless, I met with the representative from the European Union, and the commitment is to move the facility forward. We undertook a study, engineering study of the facility. The Commissioner of Police was also very instrumental. What he's saying to us is all those exposed steel, they might have to be totally removed because they were exposed to the elements for too long. The reason why I mention this is because we are serious about moving the facility forward. And the action that has been taken has been really to get preliminary work done on the physical structure side and the financing side to move it forward. But we have done that assessment, and the engineering assessment has been presented. The other one that you talk about is the Independent Traffic Department, and there are many more cars. I can say to you, we have two proposals before us to use technology and AI in terms of helping us with the traffic. In other words, the technology is such that you can use cameras around, and you don't even have to go to court. You will get your letter in the mail with a picture of your vehicle and the number violating the traffic code. We presently have two proposals, and we are going to implement that. The Attorney General is here, and he is leading the charge on safer traffic. I think he had his first meeting very recently. So we agree. We also want to put more people on the street for that, as well as launching the technology that can help significantly, former Commissioner. The other one that you spoke about was the Fort Thomas Hotel. I can tell you that we have undertaken another assessment, and we have a proposal on the table of persons who are interested in buying that facility. As you know, it had a lot of other things involved. So I asked the Attorney General recently to do a full assessment. He submitted his findings a week ago, AG, about a week ago, and we understand now exactly where the Fort Thomas Hotel is. And from a legalistic point of view, or a legal point of view, he has indicated that we can go forward because we understand it. I will say that we have Mr. Gift from the Inland Revenue Department who have submitted the relevant information. So I will say that the Fort Thomas Hotel means a lot to us here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and we want to see something done to it. Let me say that climate change is hitting it hard. If you were to go on the seaside of Fort Thomas Hotel, you would realize how the sea is undermining Fort Thomas Hotel significantly. There is a project that we are going to launch. I think he's going for procurement, correct? To really deal with the stabilization of that area. So a lot of work has gone into it from a preliminary standpoint, and we expect action on it at this point. For we have received the legal opinion from the AG's office and the assessment in terms of what it would cost from Inland Revenue. And from Public Works end and from the environment and sustainability end, how we are going to protect the coastal region. So I know that that project will be started in the first quarter of 2025. And then you spoke about the Southeast Peninsula. Very good suggestions here. Having a police station over there or on a space over there where police can be accessible. I know police is in the Frigate Bay area, and it would be seen if they can cover the area, but it's expanding so fast. You're correct. We now have to look at what space we need over there. The other matter is the matter of the fire appliance that we call the fire truck, and the chief is here. We invested heavily in appliances. We bought a new appliance for the airport, invested in appliances that we have for the rest of the country. And what we have come to recognize is that part of the issue with the Southeast Peninsula was water as well. And so we addressed the water issue, we are addressing the water issue over on the Southeast Peninsula. When the water situation was really bad, the Southeast used to receive not as much as they should have. As a result of that, some of the hydrants were dry. And so we had to go and build a pump station to pump water up Timothy Hill to get water down there. And guess where we got that water from? We had to buy it from the Marriott at high cost. So that is where a lot of our resources are going into stabilizing the water situation. I don't think we ever spoke about this, but we are buying water from Marriott in order to supply the Southeast Peninsula. And we are buying it much more than what we sell water for. I think we are buying it maybe, what it costs, 20 times as much as we are selling it for? Okay, but significantly. But the cost of that desalination for Marriott is expensive. But how much do we charge for water in St. Kitts and Nevis? Hardly anything. That is the point. So it's significant. So that is what we are doing. So that if a fire truck is to go there, there would be water in the hydrant. And then we had to take out the pipes that cost us significant amount of money. We had to change them out. We have not spoken a lot about it, but we have done a significant amount of work to secure. I think your point with the fire engine is people, if there's a fire over there, they should be responded to. But we have to make sure that there's water in the line. But what you have said, former commissioner, is critically important. Should we look at the peninsula as a place where a police station should be? Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Native Mills, and I would say I represent the general public. I just wanted to present some suggestions. The question was posed, what will it take to double the size of our economy? I think that we are overlooking import duties. If you look around this room, you would see, well, it would be hard for you to find something that was made, manufactured in St. Kitts. The cotton was not produced here, so not even your shirt was made in St. Kitts. We have to import all the inputs for production. Therefore, if we are going to grow, we cannot be penalizing these inputs for production. I tend to believe that we, the citizens, and not the government, are the ones that should inspire or push this growth. But if we are being penalized on the basic materials that we need, then I don't see how that is possible. At certain rates, taxes become a very strong deterrent. You're probably not even receiving the optimal amount of revenue because you're deterring people from actually engaging in these activities. For example, any rate close to 50%, that is a deterrent. That is, you're no longer trying to generate the most amount of revenue that you can. You're deterring people from engaging in those activities. Presently, it is around 50%. for most imports. Yes, there are things like renewable energy products like solar panels and stuff that are reduced duties. But if you realize a system is just not the panels, there's a lot more things that go into it. So when you do build out a system, you'd realize that you'd still be paying exorbitant amount of duties. Therefore, I think that we should definitely try to reduce it. I would say maybe even pay 17% VAT. Barbados already has a system in place where they charge VAT on all internet transactions. That's something that we could adopt. That way we collect the revenue one time. When you bring it in, it's just easier business. Antigua, for example, has no income tax. A lot of the naysayers say that if we reduce duties, we'll have to have income tax. Antigua, for example, no income tax, lower VAT, lower duties. If I am wrong, please somebody correct me. Can we have Google? Can we have a fact check? I will continue, sorry. Yeah, so there is solutions to it. We just have to put our minds together and come up with solutions. From what I've done, my research, it looks like the most we've ever brought in from import duties was around 60 million. I think that there are ways we can make up that. I'll get very close to it. From we reduce the burden of imports, people will start to increase economic activity that is going to grow the economy. And then that 60 million would be very easy to make up once people do more work. The only thing that we have to look at right now for comparison is periods where we had duty free. And maybe we can look at the numbers and see if economic activity was increased during those times. And then we could project it out for a longer period to see if this makes sense. For clarity, I've already started a petition, and the petition has garnered a number of signatures. A lot of people are interested and feel the same way, probably not the same about percentages, but share similar sentiments. I do not know the process and how we can go about getting these import duties reduced, but I would like to begin that process as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. When we discuss the budget, it is always a very interesting and exciting time to discuss tax matters. And what I would say is that we welcome your suggestions and to inform that the government has started at least internal reviews as it relates to how we would reconfigure the tax regime in its entirety, a much more comprehensive look. Because when we are tempted to look at another country for a specific tax line, we run the risk of making very poor decisions because we have not taken a comprehensive look. For example, you use Barbados and you also used Antigua and Barbuda. What is it in the tax regime in both of those countries that are comparable to St. Kitts and Nevis as it relates to lower taxes? If we are going to make a comparison, then we have to go the full gamut of the tax regime that is existing in Barbados, the tax regime that is existing in Antigua and Barbuda, and you may find yourself having to go a little deeper what is the structure of the economy, where is the revenue base for the government. And so it's not as simple as saying, well, duty in this one country for a particular item is lower than St. Kitts and Nevis. That might be so, but you may find other elements of our tax regime. And this is not to say that we do not think that we have a great opportunity at this time to relook and rethink what it is that we would want our tax regime to yield and what it is that we would want to do. I can tell you offhand that essentially what we would try to do in the reform is to make our tax burden as light as possible, as also to make it much more equitable than it is now. Thank you.
Right. Just to follow up, I want to thank you and thank you for your enthusiasm. I really appreciate that. What you can also help with, while you have a team and you all are looking at this, if you all can also help with some of the studies, so that when you present what you have to present to the government, you say, look, we have looked at this comprehensively, and this is why we are suggesting that taking the tax from so-and-so will result in so-and-so. We are doing from our part. We have done an internal, as would have been said by the FS, but it will be good if some of that data can be generated from your end as well. We do a lot of other things here to help businesses. You know, we lowered the corporate income tax and the non-incorporated income tax and the non-incorporated income tax. Both came down as a measure during COVID. We have not allowed them to go back up naturally, as the IMF would have suggested. So we were observing to see what would happen if we keep them low. And you can ask the Chamber of Commerce and Industry that they're here. Yeah. Exactly. So we have adopted that. So, and the other thing that we did to help businesses is when we were paying the FVC, we implemented that in November of 2022 and decided to help businesses over the next 2 years to the point where businesses across the region might have had the lowest electricity costs because of that. And the other thing that we subsidized for businesses was at the pump. So businesses' transportation cost was extremely low to the point where we have the lowest cost at the pump for gas, and we subsidized that so that businesses could have had a low. So we also implement a lot of other things that they did not do. So we have to look at it comprehensively, as is said, because your point can be a solid point, but helping us to also gather the data and look at it comprehensively can help all of us so that when we get at the table, we are having a meaningful discussion to help all of us. So my own philosophy is tax people as little as is possible. That is my philosophy. So if you have that data to suggest that that is so, I really want to see that as well. That will help to inform our decision as to where we can go to help the tax situation in terms of helping our people. So thank you very much for your enthusiasm and your insight into it, and further studies you can do to help us as well. Thanks.
It's on. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tikwan James, and I am a student of the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College. Now to the governor of the ECCB. Yes, Sir Antoine. Yes, I would like to say that I really enjoyed your presentation, right? Thank you. I was really moved by the quote you brought up by Sir Derek Walcott. The future happens no matter how much we scream. Now, that is a quote that I will carry with me for the rest of my life because I've experienced that, right? The future happens no matter how much we scream. That really touched me. I really felt it. So thank you for bringing up that in your presentation today. And as I said, I will carry it with me for the rest of my life. And also, you brought up cutting the food import bill by 25% by 2025. No, I'm really happy that you brought up the fact that Christmas is just around the corner. Yes, yes. That is my favorite, one of my favorite times of the year, not because of the presents, but because of what my mother will cook and bring on the plate for me, right? So that's all I would like to say. Thank you once more for bringing up that quote, and um, thank you guys for having me as well. Yeah, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, this wait here is great. Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Xavier Payne. I am a full-time office administration student at the CFC College. Nevis is here. Thank you. Somebody brought up the fact about addressing the challenges that cause unemployment, mostly in the youth sector. And I would just like to point out a few questions. Well, kind of a statement as well. But as a college student, apart from our internship period in office administration, it is really hard to find a job, like a full-time job in most organizations because they need full-time people. But also being a full-time college student, it don't really associate or like don't really fall into place with the schedule. And I think as students, we also want to find like sectors for income to help repair ones or to find like um like organizations will just hire us. Like they want degrees, which we ain't finished college yet. They want subjects, we ain't every subjects yet. So we just want to find a sense of income to like I want shop and sheen, you know? I want to help my mother in certain things, like when my mother need help in and stuff. Yes. Hmm? Yes, I want to invest as well in the ECCB. That was a great point. My next question, according to the theme or path forward, I feel like scholarships are being limited to a certain amount of students. Like you will have a Taiwanese scholarship, you will have a bus scholarship, but you only have like 10 for this, 10 for that. And you have a variety of schools in St. Kitts and Nevis with over like thousands of students, and it can't just be limited to like 20 students getting scholarships. Because I feel like we gain a lot of information and we explain a lot as to why we need the scholarships, and we still ain't getting them. That is all. Thank you.
Yes, well, the other person planned. I think she's speaking to while she's in college, she should get a job attachment to make some money. I think that is what she's speaking to.
Yes.
So I think that is something that can be looked at. As a matter of fact, it's one of the models that Germany practices. When I was in Germany, we now have a relationship with the Chamber of Commerce, with one of the Chamber of Commerce in Germany. And what they do, they take students, and the students go through studies. So we are doing it for the technical side that was spoken of by the governor. Or we are trying to implant some of German's scientific method, a methodology here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It's still one of the best in the world, their method. We have to admit that. And what they do is that when the students go, the students are attached and the students are paid. Right now, we are sending 2 students to Germany as our first um, um, students to go. They are presently learning German here in St. Kitts and Nevis. They are supposed to reach, I think, the B1 level and pass that exam, and they're doing very well. They got over the first hurdle, and by all accounts, they would pass the second hurdle. And then they would go to Germany, be attached, be supported by this Chamber of Commerce, who will pay them a salary. and while they learn in their technical field, the technical vocational. We have some of the Germans are coming in November, is it? They're supposed to be here in November. You spoke about the Tibet. The Germans are going to leap us into Tibet. We are going to have Tibet by early next year. They're sending their specialists here to get us there. So where we are going to be sending the students to Germany, we have brought the Germans here to help us with the program. Because part of the thought is, like what the STEP program is, how about people go there to become certified, not just go through a course, to become certified, and they get a stipend, and then you can attach them to these jobs after. So you're going to see us leap. So TVET should come on stream when? FPS? When is TVET going to be on stream? Okay, exactly. So that is where the German specialists are helping us, and we are doing some other work. So we are making significant strides, and I think a lot of work has been done at AVEC to upscale us with respect to that. The other thing is that I sought to do was to bring a renewable energy type of education here. There are some kinks here and there that we'll work out, but we want to certify our people in solar panel technologies from the technical side. So we have put the course is here right now, and we have invested, the Prime Minister's office has invested in 3 electric vehicles that are going to be here on the 28th of November. And those vehicles are for the students to learn how to fix and maintain electric vehicles. Because then we are putting an electric vehicle plan in place, but we want our people to be the technicians. So we are going to now start to train them. We are putting in place the solar plant, which will be a large solar plant, but they're going to need technicians. That is why we put the course in the college, so that we can train as much of our people to be certified in that field so that they can take up the technical work. So these are technical and vocational studies. As you say, skills. We need the skills. So you're going to see us go there in a very, well, from this point on, it will be very quick because we have done a lot of the groundwork with respect to it. So as she said, we are getting more persons to evaluate and to certify, which we expect to happen in the first quarter of 2025. So what she is saying is actually a model that is practiced across Europe. We'll see how we can incorporate it. Imagine if you had your college students go, and they are the students based on the skills they're acquiring, that they can be given a stipend and then attached to jobs instead of having these new areas that are opening up so that they can do. Just now, we're going to have windmills here. Correct, Minister of Tourism? We are slated to have a program for renewable energy, wind energy, right down, because we want to eliminate or cut as much as possible fossil fuel use in the ports area. That plan is already in place. When will it start, Minister? It's already started. I have never mentioned it before, but that's renewable energy from the wind side that is going to be implemented, that is being implemented right now, right? So I say that again because we're going to need people to maintain these windmills and maintain them and fix them if they have to be fixed. And so we have to get our people training them. So I said to the college student, that is a model that we are seriously looking at. So your students who are going to Germany, they'll be telling you how much money they'll be making. Trust me, they'll be making real money. So we hope to get more students over, and when the Germans comes, to see if they can also help us to see how we can implement a similar plan while we upskill our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. She mentioned something else. Scholarships. Right, those are scholarships, to Germany. You know about them? You see? So I want the Ministry of Education is tasked with informing the population as to the availability of all these scholarships. She's going to college. Some of her students are going on the scholarship to Germany, and she does not know that she has college students learning German presently. She should know, because I think the college itself should be robust in advertising the scholarship opportunities. You're supposed to be able to go to an office in the college and say, where are the scholarship? And be given a pamphlet or a QR code that will take you to a site using the technology. Because there are a lot of scholarships available. For example, we have Southern University. And we have full scholarships to Southern University in the agricultural area, because that is going to add to our food security. It's not just about the knowledge, but you have to, what did the governor say? You have to know how to do. So we have those scholarships available. All those should be there. We have a lot of regions. I think the number of scholarships available can exceed the number of students we have who will be graduating, because they're available from all regions, from India to Morocco to places in Europe. Now we are accessing African universities, Central American universities. You know, Cuba has given more scholarships. Taiwan has given more scholarships. We have partial scholarships. We have scholarships of all sorts and kinds of all the fields that are available, including economic cost to you, which will help you. And to add, you're going to college for free. Used to have to pay, you know, and then now you're going for free, but you used to have to pay. We eliminate the cost, because we think college should be free for all students. Not only that, right now we have the lowest interest rate on student loans, I think, in the currency region. I think at the development bank. And we lower it to the point where if you take a loan, it can cover, for example, your first degree at UWI, the amount that you will get, plus your economic costs. In addition to that, if you take a loan from the development bank to go and study, your parents don't have to pay any interest. The interest is frozen. And the interest that is collected, that would have been collected over that time, you are forgiven. So you hear Joe Biden talking about forgiveness. We have already done that in the development bank. Because one of the restrictive things that parents had, for example, if your parents are not rich people, and you go and you get a loan, your parents had to pay interest while you are studying. They got to support you and still pay interest. We eliminated that interest, decreased the interest rate. So it's much easier now to go to development bank, get a loan, get a degree without any strain. And you have 4.25 years in which, after which you'll start your first payment. 4.25 years. We expect that your degree can last 3 years. If you go to UWI, for example, with your associate degree, let's, for example, you do a 4-year course, and we still believe even after that you should have a period where you should not pay back anything as you adjust and try to get a job. And I think that is very progressive. The fact that you don't know this is telling me that we have done so much for you in the college and you don't know, so we have to do a better job in getting the information to you. I sound like you might be one of those who might want to go to Germany and get that pay while you study. Thank you very much.
A pleasant afternoon, everyone. I must first say thanks for the invitation extended through the Cabinet Secretariat for the Office of the Governor General to be part of this national forum. I must say that I have gained a lot of information. I'm very thankful for the comprehensive nature of today's activity. It has really given me greater insight as to how we are to move forward as a country, as a very prosperous nation. And in that regard, from my background of education, I really appreciate the emphasis on skills, because I never got that opportunity when I was a student. And the number of scholarships that are available now, that I'm very sorry that our young lady over there, Miss Penn, has no indication of. But the movement towards skills is very important as we want to achieve our sustainable island state agenda, because renewable energy, we're going to need those new skills, get those persons who are upskilled, upgraded to these things, the integration of AI. And I'm very glad that the governor brought up that as a country, we need to start to work on our AI strategy and, position ourselves so that we do not always have to be reactionary. that we always have to respond. I think that we need to position ourselves in such a way that we can set the trend, set a benchmark so that persons can look to us as the standard as it is. And so with all of us engaging, I expect that we should always all now be on the same page because we cannot do it alone. And so I'm very thankful for this forum today. I am looking forward to getting even greater insight as to our national development framework. I can see how it fits in because we had the 4Cs session a few months ago, and we had to pick apart certain aspects of it. And I'm seeing how our budget for 2025 and the information garnered from the governor of ECCB and how all of that now can lock in so that in the medium term to the long term, that we should be a sustainable island state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have somebody else. While somebody else is coming, yes, go ahead. Right. Just to the young lady, because what she has said has stimulated my thoughts a lot. And she spoke about having a job because she wants to help. One of the programs that we are coming up with, and it has already started, is the Aspire program, where every child between 5 and 18 will get some seed money of $1,000. That will go into a special account. That is why I'm happy when the governor said that they are changing the laws of ease of banking. That money will then go to your personal account, and some of it will be invested. We'll form more companies here in St. Kitts and Nevis. As the governor said, in the region, only 4% of our people have invested. You go to the United States, it could be up to 60%. So they have multiple sources of income, while we depend generally in St. Kitts and Nevis on one source of income, which is highly make people highly vulnerable. So what we want to do, and then you'll get a curriculum with it, is how to manage money, how you save it strategically, how you invest it. That is why the central bank is saying from savings to investment. And as you said, we're going to lead in this region with respect to that. So by the time we have a child leaving high school, they should have money in the bank, long-term investments, and most importantly, a knowledge base where they understand money, understand financial markets, understand investments, understand businesses, so that wherever they end up in the world, they can use that knowledge and those skills to really enhance their financial situation. So again, this is another opportunity in which students, not just college students, but students will be gaining and earning wealth while they are studying. So by the time they leave school, you leave school with something to build on. So that is what we are doing. Again, responding to what you say, because what I get in your message is help us to help ourselves and our family, even while we are studying. I understand that. So that is why we have come up with the Aspire program, and we will be delivering to the accounts I think the CAPSEC say before the year ends, correct? All right, so you'll see students have their investment accounts. So we're going to form companies. We want to form we have the cable company, the National Bank. We want to form a water company and other companies so that our people can invest in them and own them and have passive income, even when you're going to primary school, and see if that can help us further to strengthen our people and end poverty once and for all. Thank you again. You have stimulated my brain this morning.
Okay, good afternoon. I want to speak on behalf of a constituency that has about 56,000 people, and that is our diaspora. I have not been hearing much in the budget of how we are going to put that inclusivity in our theme to include those of our people in the diaspora who would be able to help in doubling the productivity and helping with a greater focus on investment and how we can partner with the different ministries, departments, private sector to get that growth focus being driven. I would love to have an understanding and to encourage in crafting the budget as a policy document to enable us to be able to engage more greatly with the diaspora, to be able to educate the diaspora, to be able to invite the diaspora to participate, then it means that somehow we may have to have a formula. Maybe diasporic synergies may need a 0.5% of the budget. I'm not even asking for 1%. Maybe even 0.25% of the budget. I'm not even asking for half of 1%. But at this point, what is happening is that we are losing out on what could be greater impetus to get us to where we need to go by not focusing on the diaspora as part of that inclusivity. And the second group of inclusivity, which might be more contentious, but still, why do we walk away from something because it might seem contentious, is free movement in CARICOM and the OECS. How can we take that aspect of regional integration through inclusivity to help on our path forward? And I believe that within the budget, there must be that conversation about regional investments, not just that our regional partners are investing in St. Kitts and Nevis, but that St. Kitts and Nevis would be also investing throughout the region and having that greater use of our resources in a market of 7.8 million people in the region rather than just the 52,000 in St. Kitts and Nevis by our last census. So those are areas that I would love for us to have that focus on, and that the budget can reflect that policy direction that we are enabled to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. As you know, Ambassador Larry Vaughan deals with diaspora matters. We do regional integration and diaspora matters, to put it in those terms. We have been engaging the diaspora significantly, but of course, more can always be done. I can say we have a diaspora digest. Every quarter, we do from the unit a digest, a publication that goes to the diaspora and highlights people, our citizens in the diaspora, and what they are doing and contributing. That is a significant new feature. We have also increased our contact with the diaspora, significantly increased it from Europe to North America, the Caribbean, and so forth. We have increased that significantly. The other issue is we have engaged more people from the diaspora to be a part of nation building. If you look at the number of envoys that we have brought on, our people in the diaspora, our envoy for economic development, our envoy. So you will know them by name. For example, His Excellency Mr. Calvin St. Just, who is now the chair of CBI, who has been working with us and have determined that he will give up some of his more lucrative opportunities in North America and to work with the CBI to position the CBI in a very strong way. He comes from Wall Street, and he's bringing all those practices to the CBI, which we are already seeing significant improvements. And that is, he's a special envoy. We have also brought on special envoy, Dr. Her Excellency Hadia Claxton. She presented last at the Central Bank very recently, and she also launched the mentoring program. She's a Harvard graduate. She's the equivalent of a king counsel in the United States of America. Do you know how much these lawyers cost per hour? Somebody like her would cost you a couple thousand per hour just for her to pick up the phone and talk to you. But she does that for us for hardly anything. And so we can send her into areas where before we might have had to get a consultant from here and a consultant from there. She goes because she said, this is my country and I'll go into this space to discuss issues dealing with the development of St. Kitts and Nevis. She's responsible for the Southern University Scholarship Program. And we have full scholarship to Southern University, free of cost to an American accredited university. That is unheard of. She has also helped tremendously with the Tabasco deal because she's the chief lawyer marketing person for Tabasco International. And I met with the owner of Tabasco, and they said they support her efforts because she's building a country. So the Tabasco plan that we're bringing here, the first one in the Caribbean, is because of her efforts against somebody who we targeted from the diaspora. The person who is now the ambassador to the UN, Dr. Muchis Williams, who is a doctor. She worked at universities in Texas. She's now our ambassador to the UN. And we made her that. So we have engaged, we have Dr. Frank Laws, who is a leading cardiologist in the US. I will tell you, you may not know. He has a specialty that maybe only 10 people in the US have, period, in his area of cardiology. And this is a doctor who studied in the US telling you that. But he's from St. Kitts, and we don't even know that. But he's our special envoy. He's the one who helped us to get our CT scan from Philips, called them up and said, look, St. Kitts need an up-to-date CT scan. You know me, so and so. How can we discuss this? We got the cost. I think we got it for half the price with training. And now he's working on building out our lab because we're going to be doing cardiac catheterization. That's if you get a heart attack, we'll be able by the next year pass that wire up into your heart and open up the arteries. So we have started the process. And guess what? He also put in his money. He has put in significant money to get the studies going. His own money. And he says, look, I'm a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis. I want the best for my people. And he has been tapped as a special envoy. I mean, the title gives him opportunity to go places and to talk to people. But we can't really pay our own people. So we are engaging our diaspora. And I want to thank the ambassador for the tremendous work thus far. And we are seeking now to build a national lab. And we are going to tap into Dr. Carleen Chapman, who is a PhD. She's a neurologist and a leading researcher at Duke University, which is one of the, it's well regarded in the United States of America. We can't pay these people, but there are our people in the diaspora who I said, look, we need a national lab and we need somebody with your qualification. We can't afford somebody like that. We can't even afford you. But because, again, she's thinking this is my country and she's going to come home. This is not about money to do it. And she's coming, at our request, when we make the formal request, to come and help us to build that lab. I'm saying all of this. Again, we have the endoscopy suite. Who do you think has opened up our endoscopy? Dr. Mark Grant. He's from where? Tabernacle? Keys? Oh, he's from Keys. Boy, everybody is claiming him now. Former Prime Minister, Senior Minister, he's a sad lad. So, yes, he's from Sadler's. So he's from Sadler's. He's from St. Kitts. Now you see the tremendous pride people feel to have somebody like him from their own region. Yeah, So we're going to accept he's from multiple areas, correct? So he came, and I sat with him and his wife. He's a specialist in minimal invasive surgeries as well. He can't afford to pay somebody like that. But he sat with me and he said, Prime Minister, I am coming back to put St. Kitts on the map in this. So I think he's joking, He said, how we can go from this to this? He said, look, we can get it done. I said, well, let's say you have my full support. Brought in Social Security, everybody. To the point where St. Kitts and Nevis will be hosting the Caribbean Endoscopic Conference. We will be bringing doctors from Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, United States, and all over descending on St. Kitts and Nevis. In about 2 or 3 weeks, St. Kitts will be the center of that. And we were able to procure to Social Security the endoscopies that you heard me talk about, the colonoscopes and the endoscopes. And now he is upskilling our doctors in that area. So even if he has to leave, our doctors will be able to do it. And this conference is to further enhance our own local capacity. Why did I mention all of? I have to mention them. Sorry, but I have to mention them. Leo Estridge, when we had a shortage of dialysis machines, Leo Estridge, he's in Canada. Somebody connected him to me. I think it was St. John Payne's son. And with Garrett, and with advisor Austin Edinburgh, got together. He sent all these machines. Right now we have so many machines, we change them out, give one a rest, bring them back. Never had that before because we had a shortage of machines. Not only that, he brought down a team to train our own people at no cost to us. So right now we have a lot of people trained, more machines than we need. So the program has become so much more sustainable. And that is a diaspora, person in diaspora who has contributed to that. So again, Ambassador Vaughan is correct. We have to tap into diaspora. Just to get, let's say, Dr. Mark Grant, that is saving the country millions of dollars in terms of consultation and the cutting costs for such specialized type of procedures over the 5-year period. And then his wife is the pediatrician because we needed a pediatrician at the hospital. We had one. And his wife is now on staff as a pediatrician at the hospital. We can't really pay them. But they have said, look, we come to do that. And her presence is going to help to upskill our people at the pediatric ward. And we have seen a significant positive impact. I mentioned all of that to say that you are right. We have our people. And the last one, Dr. Archibald. He's the one who has set up the certification course for technical training in solar panels and electric vehicles. Certified courses that he has brought here. And as I said, we have to work out the kinks. But he said, I want to come and set up in St. Kitts so that St. Kitts can have the largest certification course in the whole Caribbean. That is what it is. And all these are our people in the diaspora. National Security, Dr. Rollins is there. I mean, we can't afford to pay them. We pay them. Sometimes when I hear people talk about the salary, I hold my head. Because sometimes we used to bring in other people of different races and call them consultants and pay them 3 times as much, and you ain't hearing the noise. I used to see it. I used to say, well, we got people out there where we don't go for them. And so these people are interested in building St. Kitts and Nevis. And so we must encourage more of them to come, and more of them want to come. Whatever the area is, I can tell you. Or Dr. Ted Hanley as well in the health space. I can just sit here and go on and on of so many people in the diaspora we have called back to say, look, we don't have this and we need it. And they have obliged to come and give us that skill or that talent or those resources that we need to advance St. Kitts and Nevis. So you are right. This has to be done in dollars and cents so the FS can see it. So when you say FS, we're going to bring back, we need this money to bring back 3 people, which is going to save the government $5 million and add to the revenue, because now we can do endoscopies, so we can do endoscopies for tourists and all sorts of, and then we save money because instead of them traveling, they can do them here. So we cut down on the leakage. I think that word was used by the governor this morning. Right? So just now, that's what I was telling the governor, just now we have endoscopy. Just now we're going to be putting wires in people's hats. Just now we're going to be having all kind of fancy MRI and so forth in a short period of time, because diaspora is partnering with us here, along with our friends from Cuba, and Taiwan, Venezuela, and so forth, and the European countries who have their representatives here who also. So together we can really get it done. Sorry for spending some time on the diaspora, but I can say that they are contributing significantly, and we really have to put a dollar figure how much they are benefiting St. Kitts and Nevis as well. So when Mr. Vaughan asks for his 2.5%, you can say, but I'm adding 1%. So there's a net of what? 0.75%? Okay, maybe you can put it in dollar signs and in dollars and cents and so it can be accepted. But thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Tevin Phillip on, well, budget unit of the Ministry of Finance, but I come to you this afternoon as just a relatively young man of our federation. Our path going forward: innovation, inclusivity, sustainability. We heard from Governor Antoine earlier of the innovations we have in technology, our AI, and how that can build our nation. That's the innovation. Inclusivity, the renewable energies, and how, as our Prime Minister said, we have students of our federation going out to learn. Those are not only going out to learn, but we are bringing people in to help teach. That is the inclusivity that we want to work on. And all that together helps build the sustainability that our nation is working towards. But as much as we are emphasizing on the innovation, I would like to, for all the people in the room, to put an emphasis on not only the advancement of technology, but also the security. So I believe that cybersecurity is also a keynote that we need to make, and is a way that can help not only bolster our economy, but help protect the money coming in. Because our big fear that I have for our small nation is we start to make advances in technology and that money is stolen in whole or in part by an organization completely out of our jurisdiction. So I think in the innovation, in the inclusivity, in the sustainability, we need to find a place for the cybersecurity and the knowledge that that will entail. Thank you.
Before the Prime Minister or the FS responds, we'll have the lady from the college and then wrap up this session.
Good afternoon, all. We are from the Teacher Ed Division of the Parents with Spoil Brain College. My name is Lavida.
You guys are going together, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, everyone, and I am Vical Edwards Douglas from the town of Sandy Point.
Devonique Tyson.
And I'm Steve Walters, Jr.
All right, Mr. Prime Minister, and more importantly, all stakeholders. I'm sorry. I just figured everybody would hear me. All stakeholders, because it is a nation, we are one. And so we cannot do anything as I. Everything has to be a team. I had a quote that says, knowing what to do and not doing it at all, or only partially doing it, is the same as not knowing at all. And so we must, with the knowledge that we have, make an effort to do something. The governor, sir, loved your presentation. It was very informative. You said that in order to make the changes that we need to see, we have to increase the GDP. Am I correct? Right. Now, the problem that we have is a 2.1 increase in expenditure, correct? We also have resources limited that are spread too thinly. And despite the theme, innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability, or path forward, we have barely made any innovative. suggestions. So, what are the solutions? The first one we had was strategic prioritization, particularly of the available resources.
Now, here I want to highlight some sectors within St. Kitts and Nevis. And I'm sure during the year when we set the budget for the different ministries, we would allocate funds accordingly. And I'm sure we'll try to look at being equal or equitable as much as possible to ensure that all sectors get the resources they need. But instead of doing the strategic budgeting, I think we need to look at some focal points. Now, with the focal points, we are able to, one, eliminate the overlooking of long-term investments, look at the limited flexibility that we might have, decrease the potential bias, eliminate neglect of secondary priorities, and of course, fully eliminate the dependency on assumptions. So what sectors do we need to really look at now? For example, maybe let's say education and health. If we can then increase the budget for these specific sectors and try to look at the priorities, and then next year with a rotation to focus on other sectors, then this might assist us. So while these other two sectors are these other sectors being built, we can then receive a revenue and influx of funds, which can create a surplus, and then this can turn over to assist the other sectors in building. So every year, instead of cutting budgets from a sector to accommodate another one, we allow the sectors to build independently and, of course, to interlock and interchange accordingly as we go through the fiscal year.
And so, since we have so much expenditure and we decided among ourselves that perhaps we should focus on renewable and sustainable energy, skills training, and the agricultural sector. Now, I know there was some work done in the agricultural sector before, especially with pioneering hydroponic into the school systems, but we do not see it anywhere else. And after that project, there was nothing done with it, and so hydroponic systems are just sitting around. When are we going to use them?
So then here, apart from that, we have a problem with maintenance. So most of the times we tend to implement create projects, but we don't know how to maintain the projects. I'm not sure if it's a lack of training or we don't have the knowledge to, but for example, the Eco Park. I'm not sure how many of you have been to the Eco Park in recent times, but if you go, it's completely different to how it was before when it was launched. Then looking at hydroponic systems in the schools. Now, Charles Eames Secondary School have started a hydroponic system probably in 2013. And I think when we had the last hurricane, I think it was Irma, which would have destroyed the hydroponic system. And the school would have been reaching out to government agriculture to assist in trying to bring it back up. Nothing. CABC has an agricultural program and resources again are limited. There's an hydroponic system, one that they just recently built because they got some funding, but apart from that, Mr. Laplace would have been the initial individual who would come, do training. There's a course offered at CFBC for it, but then most of the practical skills that we do would be at his farm, his personal farm, because CFBC does not have a functional hydroponic system. And hydroponic system including aquaculture, where we have a combination of plants and marine animals coming together to create food production.
All right. Because my friend here is a little shy. We are looking at the use of knowledge and skills of the citizens who are here. I know we have, and you've made mention of, a number of scholarships available for students. However, oftentimes the government provides these scholarships. However, there is no return to the government. There's no return to the country. Students go out, they study, the government pays for economic costs, and they remain there. What happens to the country? And so we have too much brain drain. So we propose that we make it a barter system. You get a scholarship. However, after you've completed your studies, this is something that you could do. There should be, although we like free handouts, there really should be no free handouts. The government is subsidizing, enough and spending too much money and not getting anything in return. And for that, the country is suffering. All right. And then we had make complete the best use of our existing resources. We spend a lot of time, on thinking about things that we don't have or what we would like to have, forgetting the things that we already do have. How do we make the best of those resources? And of course, we were talking about the hydroponic system. There are some schools, there are some systems in schools, but they're not being used. Are there any of these systems on government farms? Are there any of these systems on school farms? Are they being used anywhere else? We don't see it being used, and so that's a question. That's one of the ways that we can generate income, especially since we no longer have the amount of land available for agricultural purposes. And we said, make it collective ownership. I think we all know how teamwork goes. We have one dream, all of us together, make the dream a reality. If we don't, then the dream is not actualized. And so the issues must be made clear to the public. We came here today and we learned a lot about what the government does to cushion the economic impact to us. Why not make the public aware of it? The public needs to be aware of it, need to be aware of the ways that we can mitigate it and how they can help. All right? We said create partnerships. I think the governor, that was one of his points, to create partnerships. But create partnerships not just with businesses, but with the layman. Whether we would like to acknowledge it or not, there are many citizens who have knowledge, have skill sets, but they're not academically inclined sometimes, or sometimes they don't have an accreditation, but they have ideas. Why not send out polls? We use social media every day. Use social media to send out polls, use social media to generate ideas. What can we do to help mitigate the issues that we have?
Especially those when it comes to import. We realize that import is a very big problem in St. Kitts and Nevis, but most of the things we import is because we don't have access to them here. So the questions we need to ask ourselves are, how can we cater to the things for the things that we don't have? So we could look at promoting domestic production as much as possible. So encouraging local industries to produce goods that are commonly imported. We could always look at doing surveys. So there are certain things that the government will import because we don't have them here at all, or we don't have access to them any other way. But then, for example, you realize that, let's say clothing is a problem because we might import a lot of clothing, whether from China or Amazon. So you realize that most of the import bills from the locals, those who order, would be from clothing or from shoes, maybe from textbooks or stationaries. So then how can we get them here so our locals can have access to them so most of the money stays to the country? Then we talk about innovation, and not much of innovation is mentioned. But then, tourism is a big part of St. Kitts and Nevis. That's how we make most of our revenue. But then I think we need to push a bit when it comes to agriculture and innovatively invest in agriculture and energy dependence. We also need to look at how we can enhance export capacity. We don't export much, but if we try to enhance or improve the quality and competitiveness of locally produced goods, we can then at least try to make a dent on the market. We could also look at importing or implementing import substitution policies, target policies to replace imported goods with locally manufactured products, can encourage self-reliance as much as possible. Then we could look at encourage foreign direct investment, so we can attract FDI in sectors that are import heavy, can increase local production capacities and reduce the need to import finished goods. And I think within agriculture, we have a really good agro-processing unit as well. So once we invest in our agro-processing unit, I think we can produce a lot of our local products that could go on the shelf that we could sell to our locals as well. And if possible, the government can work on negotiating favorable trade arrangements with established trade unions around the region and around the world if possible.
All right, so my colleagues basically said some of what I wanted to say, so I cannot expand on it more enough. But being in the teachers' education in CFBC, I think one of the main concerns that some of the teachers will talk about is, as mentioned before, is the resources that are not provided to the teachers that we can teach, as mentioned earlier, the future. So that is just a suggestion that we look more into the actual, because if we really want to cater for the diverse learners and etc., we're really gonna need the resources in order for do that. And last point would have been the vocational education that was mentioned earlier. Too many times, a lot of youths believe, because there's a lot of youths, some of them won't be able to read and write, but they are very talented, very skilled. I think something that can be, put in place is to somehow cater for them who have the skills, because there are people I went to school with, they're trucking, construction, and they're making more money than the teachers, You understand what I mean? So that is just my two-piece.
So I just want to say thank you so much for listening. And as we mentioned before, all of this is a dream. And the only way the dream can be realized is all of us push to that dream because it's a vision. And I'm hoping that when we leave from here, we can continue that promotion to ensure that our citizens are educated and aware of it. And of course, we are here as young people because all of us are stakeholders when it comes to the agenda, not just because it's something pushed by the government, but it's something that the nation can benefit from. And St. Kitts and Nevis continues to make strides, not just in the region, but on a global stage. I'm hoping that whatever initiatives you might have in place, please call upon those of us who are here. We are willing to promote, willing to get in the schools, on the streets to begin campaigns so we can begin the work that needs to be done.
I don't know what to say after that, except that I am extremely proud and I feel secure. They're on a good trajectory, on a good path. St. Kitts and Nevis will be in excellent hands with these young people. They have made a number of suggestions. They have listened. Seems like they stood over there, or they stayed over there and collaborated. And then the spot come up with solutions. Hearing this for the first time. That is impressive, to say the least. Put your hands together again for that. And so all I can say is that we have taken these on board and you'll definitely hear from us. There's nothing much to say except that we really appreciate it. I like that point about strategic. Use the word strategic prioritization. Critically important. Because that is one of the things we are discussing around the budget. If we are going to a sustainable island state, what are the priorities for the 2025 budget? For example, for my office, I tell them, do not increase the budget because what you have here is not the priority this year. So whatever you work with last year, work with it or less. Send somebody money over to energy because we need more renewable energy. Send somebody money over to ICT because we need to accelerate our AI and technological space. I told them that. Yes. Huh? Yes. And he said the diaspora. I said, send some money over to agriculture. We, through our study, and you hear AI, everything that AI said is what we have put forward, basically. Because our study was in depth, it was consulted, the University of the West Indies partnered with us. I signed an MOU at SIDS in Antigua with Sir Hilary Beckles. You all know who Sir Hilary Beckles is. And so we are working closely. Professor Donovan is one of our consultants, who is a lead professor at UWI in this field, because we have to get the right people in the right spaces. And so that is why we are advancing. Our people are taking us seriously. So I want to thank you all so much. That's strategic, and we have to tell the people that. For example, if we used to have an extra thing which was, is not the priority this year. The priority has to be energy, so that we can bring down the energy costs and make you better. We have to get to the people. He's right. So I hope some of these consultations will get out in the community like last year. We have to get to the people and say to the people, what is the reality, what is the vision, and what would be the priorities. And you listen to these young people, people are not children. As long as this is clear and it makes sense, they are going to gravitate towards it. Because they came, they look at it, it made sense to them, they gravitated towards it to the point where they came up with their own suggestions to be put forward, or that they put forward. So I want to thank them very much for what they have done today. Thank you all. We do appreciate it. And we have taken the notes and the fact that you said you all can be reached out to, that is critically important as well. I want to touch on the cybersecurity point because Mr. Philip made a critical point about cybersecurity. If we do all of these fancy things and somebody can just hack your system and just wipe it out, I mean, you know, you would have lost so much of what you would have worked for over that period of time. So I want to announce, Mr. Philip, I didn't intend to do it here. I intended to do it on Tuesday, next Tuesday, which is November something? November 5th? All right. To announce to the nation that we are launching cybersecurity scholarships and training to the certification level of Canada, headed by a Canadian company, of 100 students or people interested. All of them. They will be certified internationally. So they can work for any company they want if they so choose. But we want to upskill. We have said to them that 20%, at least 20%, they have to agree, will be attached to businesses and government here in St. Kitts and Nevis. TDC needs it. Hospitals needs it. The banks need it. And we realize it is a serious problem. And that is why we are doing that. And so they will be certified and then be attached to these jobs. So that will create a lot of jobs. We started with 100. We're going to start with 200, 300. And then they want to attach it to international companies that have significant demand for these type of certification. But we tell them, well, just make sure that 20% belong to us so that we can protect our country and give that security to businesses that are coming in. This would also provide good jobs for our young people. And so after the first one, we intend to change a couple hundred more. In St. Kitts and Nevis, 100 is a lot. And these people, most likely, a lot of them will be working from home. So, you know, the generation like to work in short pants, T-shirt, and joggers, but doing significant work from home. That's the new trend. And so we are going to launch it on Tuesday. We have been working on this for a while now, but on Tuesday, I will do the official launch with the Minister of Education. And then they have set up the whole committee. So we have a whole layout plan where you'll be interviewed, you know, your requirements. I think almost all of our students in college will be eligible. You know, so a lot of your young people who are not working, who like the technological space and can become certified and work from here for almost any company. But as she said, if we train 100 young people and we need cybersecurity experts or people in the field at least working, what if we train you and then you just go to these companies? That is brain drain, and somebody mentioned it this morning. And I think students said we have to find a way to barter system, how to make sure that those skills you are going to acquire at our expense as well, that those skills are leveraged here in St. Kitts and Nevis to advance us. So I want to say that will be a tremendous opportunity for 100 persons. We expect most of them will be young people who like to be behind the computer, to be trained, certified, and be able to make an income even from your bedroom. Yes, so we're going to launch it on Tuesday. So she's ready to go. So as soon as we launch it on Tuesday, it will be available. You'll get all the details of it. And so we have partnered with the development bank. We have put the whole framework in place. So it's ready to go so that we can start training our people first thing January morning and get you working before the end of 2025. Right? So thank you, Mr. Philip. You're correct. We have to secure our country.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you, Financial Secretary, and thank you to those of you who participated in this exercise. Right now, we're going to break for lunch, so I encourage you to partake in the lunch next door.
All right, then. Thank you all very, very much. Lunch?
So 45 minutes, we'll resume at 2. Right?
Hello? Hello? Hi. I'm not though. Hi. You said Minister Clark and I responded. Hi. You said Minister Clark and I responded. Is this gonna start exactly at 2? If not, I'm gonna log off and can't do it. Is this gonna start exactly at 2? And there's an echo. Can't do it. Is this gonna start exactly at 2? And there's an echo. Well, I guess you could hear my echo repeating, so I don't have to continue talking. Well, I guess you could hear my echo repeating, so I don't have to continue talking. Well, I guess you could hear my echo repeating, so I don't have to continue talking. Well, I guess you could hear my echo repeating, so I don't have to continue talking. Well, I guess you could hear my echo repeating, so I don't have to continue talking. Yeah, they're waiting for us. They're waiting for us to come to start? They're waiting for us to come to start? They're waiting for us to come to start?
Ladies and gentlemen, that was MJ Byron on steel pan. Let's put our hands together again for MJ. I trust you had a refreshing break and are ready for an engaging afternoon, right? Okay. Now, this afternoon, we're diving deeper into the government's Sustainable Island State Agenda with sector presentations on key drivers for economic diversification from our esteemed ministers. Each of them will share updates, insights, and the strategic priorities that we heard about earlier from the young people from CFBC within their respective portfolios, providing a clear view of how we are working to achieve a sustainable, a resilient future for St. Kitts and Nevis. Each minister will present for about 10 to 15 minutes, after which we'll open the floor for dialogue. We value your perspectives and encourage you to actively participate in the discussion that will follow the presentations. First to the podium, we invite the Honorable Marsha Henderson, Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, International Transport, Employment and Labor, and Urban Development. Minister Henderson.
Good afternoon, all. Allow me to adopt the protocol established to recognize, however, in our presence this afternoon, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew, cabinet colleagues, ambassadors, stakeholders, and of course, those at the head table with me this afternoon. So for me, it's indeed a pleasure to present the Ministry of Tourism's our contribution to the 2025 and of course the discussions going forward on the budget. So as we look towards 2025, the Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation and International Transport remains committed to advancing a unified strategy that elevates St. Kitts as a premier global destination. Our tourism sector continues to be the lifeblood of our economy, but as we navigate an increasingly competitive and evolving global landscape, we must pursue a vision that combines sustainability, innovation, and resilience. And of course, this is in keeping with the theme for this year's budget, which is innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability. The recovery and sustained growth of our tourism industry as central to the overall economic health of our federation. As global travel preferences shift, travelers now seek more meaningful, immersive, and sustainable experiences. In response, the ministry is placing a greater emphasis on developing tourism that benefits local communities, preserves our cultural heritage, and of course, protects our natural environment. And so we will be pursuing, or we will continue to pursue our sustainable tourism agenda. Sustainability remains a core pillar of our strategy in tourism. Our efforts in 2025 will continue to align with global standards, such as the Global Sustainable Tourism Council and its criteria, ensuring that St. Kitts is recognized as a destination committed to sustainability. We will continue to expand our existing sustainability initiatives, encouraging sustainable practices across all sectors of the tourism and transport industry. Global trends indicate that over 70% of travelers prefer destinations that prioritize sustainability. By capitalizing on this shift, we will enhance our global competitiveness and position St. Kitts and Nevis as leaders in responsible tourism. Our sustainable practices will not only benefit our tourism industry, but also ensure the protection of our natural resources for future generations. We will also be focusing on cultural tourism. And so St. Kitts and Nevis, of course, our rich history and cultural heritage are integral to our identity and are key assets in our tourism strategy going forward. To enhance our cultural tourism offerings, we will focus on celebrating and promoting the historical significance of our landmarks, our traditions, and our communities. Our aim is to immerse travelers in the stories that have shaped St. Kitts, form its role as one of the earliest colonial settlements in the Caribbean to its journey towards independence. We will encourage community-led heritage projects that bring these stories to life, showcasing, of course, our local folklore, our architecture, our culinary traditions, the food, and the artistic expressions. By strengthening partnerships with other ministries, as well as our local historians, our artists, and cultural institutions in the ministry, we're hoping to create experiences that will allow our visitors to deeply connect with the Kittitian way of life. We are also going to be focusing on building climate resilient structure. So as we reflect on the recent global challenges, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, it is clear that resilience is critical to the sustainability of the sector. Therefore, our focus on resilience extends beyond climate risks to include economic shocks, public health crises, and other factors that could threaten the industry. In this regard, the ministry will implement strategies that ensure the sector can withstand future disruptions. This includes building more diversified and flexible tourism products, improving crisis management protocols, and enhancing the adaptability of our infrastructure and workforce. So one of the things the Honorable Prime Minister announced this morning in terms of our efforts at our ports, we recently announced an initiative with SCASPA through the Department of Maritime, a landmark initiative to decarbonize the ports through a cutting-edge renewable strategy. It's a renewable energy project spearheaded by SIG, that's SYG Tech. They have developed a technical proposal to build a renewable powered grid, microgrid, integrating its wind turbine at our ports, seaports in particular, where renewable wind energy will cut approximately 46% of the port's greenhouse gas emissions. The successful installation and operation should result in an annual saving of 141 tons of carbon dioxide. The feasibility studies conducted suggested that a proper mixture, not of just wind, but of solar and storage, would make the port's microgrid 100% carbon neutral. So that given that, our federation is in a hurricane-prone area, the wind turbine will incorporate a tilt-down feature. The technology turbine is a smart device that would control its wings by monitoring wind speed. When the wind speed reaches the designated cut-off wind velocity level, it is expected to close its wings, bringing the turbine into what we call storm protection formation. And so we will continue into the new year, into 2025, on what we started in terms of building resilient infrastructure. We will continue with the reinstallation of the solar farm for the use of renewable and clean energy at the airports in support of the government's CISA agenda. And I see students here. Do we know what CISA is? CISA, yes, CISA. And so we've been doing a lot of promotion as a government for the Sustainable Island States Agenda. So when you hear the term CISA, that is what we're referring to. So through wind or solar energy, we would be able to integrate renewable energy sources into complementing what we call shore power capabilities at Pier 1 at the ports. So I see the former Minister of Tourism here, Dr. Skerritt. When Pier 1 was constructed some years ago, because we had Pier 2 constructed after Pier 1. Pier 1 was constructed when Dr. Skerritt was minister. But Pier 1 was constructed with shore power capabilities. That means when ships are in ports, they can actually, or we can just use power at the cruise ports where we can actually have our industry partners plug in and be compliant with international standards. We feel that these efforts can not only enhance the government's sustainability agenda, but also set a precedent for responsible environmental management. We will also focus on strengthening supply chain resilience, ensuring that our tourism-related businesses have access to local goods and services, which will reduce reliance on international supply chains during global disruptions. By cultivating a resilient tourism ecosystem, we aim to safeguard the sector against unforeseen challenges and maintain its steady growth trajectory. As it relates to the Sustainable Island States Agenda, the St. Kitts Tourism Authority is committed to developing and enhancing tourism in St. Kitts through focused product development, marketing, and promotions in key source markets. In alignment with the Sustainable Island States Initiative announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew, all marketing efforts over the next 3 to 5 years will prioritize sustainability and, more importantly, community enrichment. Through targeted advertising, digital marketing, partnerships, and public relations efforts, the authority works to increase visibility, attract visitors, and boost tourism-driven economic growth. So we hope as well for the next budget cycle to increase airlift arrivals, increase destination visibility, and this is as it relates to marketing of the destination and the overall product, expand the frequency of flights, maintain and increase cruise arrival levels, and transform St. Kitts into a year-round destination where we can move from being seasonal to year-round. We're hoping to increase the multiplier effect, build human capacity in tourism. So we're discussing the introduction of a hospitality industry institute, increase international and regional partnerships, increase the visitor spend, and tomorrow at the tourism press conference, you would hear more about that, and diversification of product offerings. In terms of marketing, we hope to increase sales, advertising, and our public relations and communications efforts. Airlift is at the core of any tourism development plan. For a destination to consistently increase its arrivals, it must generate demand in the source markets. It is important to note that an increase in airlift must be synonymous with an increase in marketing to generate the required amounts to defend the airlift and support consistent increase in capacity. During 2024, this year, the destination continued to see an increase in the average stay-over arrivals with its increased capacity, especially during the summer months. To date, we have welcomed 109 passengers for the period January to August 2024. For the same period in 2023, the destination had welcomed 88,795 passengers. So we see an increase there. And if we continue on the same trajectory, we are hoping to exceed the 2019 figures. Throughout 2024, the destination that's this year experienced increased air capacity with the addition of JetBlue and Inter-Caribbean Airlines, the extension of some of the legacy carriers, such as the flights out of JFK, United Airlines, going up until August as opposed to instead of ending in April. And finally, the addition of the double daily flights from American Airlines during the summer. The United States continues to be our main market, representing 71% of our total arrivals. The Caribbean market has returned to its position as the second largest source market, contributing 15%, followed by the UK and then Canada at 4%. And we will continue our efforts as well to tap into new source markets. Here we have our projections and showing flights, actual arrivals into RLB up until August. And so if you look particularly at a comparison between 2019 and 2024 so far, and this is up to August, you will see, for example, in August 2019, we welcomed 12,960 passengers. In 2024, we welcomed 14,563 passengers. And the comparison can be done for each month, and we used 2019 as a benchmark prior COVID. And we're hopeful, if we continue on the same trajectory, to exceed the arrivals from 2019. So in terms of airlift achievements, the summer extension of schedules from Charlotte International and JFK to St. Kitts will be maintained and exceeded in 2025 if we continue on our marketing efforts. The Charlotte service to St. Kitts will operate from November 9, 2024 to August 2025. We also have flights from American Airlines, and the increase in airlift has significantly, and we are waiting on to hear how it has impacted the economy, and those things you will hear at the press conference tomorrow as well. So we have our legacy carriers, the introduction of lift from JetBlue and Sunrise, who joined this year as well. Now, this table shows and outlines the destination top feeder markets and any allocations made for this year, next year's budgets. We will continue to invest in our traditional source markets. There's a significant contribution to these gateways, being those in Miami and New York from the Midwest Stand and Northeast areas. And so we're hoping to invest and pump resources into this source market. Now, to compete with destinations like Antigua, St. Lucia, Barbados, and Jamaica, we must expand our presence across the US over the next 3 to 5 years by investing in additional sales reps and multi-liner agencies to raise consumer awareness. We will continue our marketing efforts and make investments in our yachting sector with Christoph Harbour Marina and the Port Zante Marina. But we do have, unfortunately, some challenges, some bureaucratic barriers, and limited marketing that have hindered the growth of this yachting sector. To address this, the Ministry of Tourism and the St. Kitts Tourism Authority will host the inaugural regatta in 2026, with preparations starting next year, 2025, including regional and international marketing. Canada is our smallest source market, but has high spending visitors, as shown by our exit surveys. For the 2024 to 25 season, we faced a decline in airlift with the removal of the second Air Canada flight from Toronto. To boost demand, we aim for a 10 to 15% growth in stayovers across all markets, with requested funding for the budget for branding at Toronto's Union Station to enhance visibility. And this is just one of the marketing initiatives that we will embark on. And this is, of course, to drive demand. Success in these initiatives could help restore the second flights and potentially secure year-round service from our partners at Air Canada. The SKTA recognizes the need for a more comprehensive year-round training program as well, and I think a lot of my colleagues who presented this morning spoke on the need for training to address key challenges, of course, impacting visitor experience, poor customer service, lack of industry awareness, inconsistent service, and insufficient destination knowledge. In response, a dedicated training department has been established at the SKTA to develop a structured program for all stakeholders in collaboration with local and regional partners. This initiative aims to improve service standards with success measured through visitor reviews on product quality and, of course, the service delivery. EMS plays a key role in the UK destination marketing using strategic campaigns across all digital platforms, including social media and the traditional advertising to boost visibility of the destination and, of course, to attract visitors. The expertise in market trends and consumer behavior allows our partners to craft tailored strategies that engage UK travelers and highlight unique destination offerings. By partnering with AMS, we and other destinations can increase brand awareness, drive visitor numbers, and enhance economic growth in a highly competitive tourism landscape. And we'll continue our efforts in regional marketing, of course, to fill the seats for the additional flights from Sunrise and into Caribbean as well. And so that is the contribution from the Ministry of Tourism and our agencies that fall under the ministry, the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, the Urban Development Corporation, SCASPA, and of course, Frigate Bay. We also have the Civil Aviation Department and the Department of Maritime. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to the discussions.
Thank you, Minister Henderson. We now move straight on to the Honorable Samuel Duggins, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Marine Resources and Cooperatives, Small Business and Entrepreneurship, Sports and the Creative Economy and Entertainment and the Arts. My apologies. Minister Duggins.
Pleasant afternoon to all. I wish to stand on the observed protocol established earlier and to say how extremely delighted I am to be here to present to all of you the way forward in the respective areas that fall under my portfolio. This afternoon, I want to start with an outlook on agriculture. Because St. Kitts and Nevis, as we recognize, is in a position where we have to diversify our economy. And agriculture represents one of the ways that we can surely do that, especially when one considers the impact of agriculture on rural areas and also on what we would call persons within society that may not be as academically attuned or inclined, agriculture has a profound impact on these areas. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when assuming office back in 2022 in August, an interesting story will put into context here where agriculture is, where it has been, and then showcase where it's going. We were sworn in on a Sunday. Wonderful ceremony, I must admit. We had cabinet on a Monday. And then the Tuesday morning, I was called to the office of the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister asked that I go to Trinidad to represent him in the heads of CARICOM meeting on food security. I had not even sat in my office properly as yet. Nonetheless, on the Wednesday, I flew out. Third day on the job. And it was there that I heard for the first time of CARICOM's agenda for 2022. And Governor Antoine shed some light on it. This was something put forward since around 2019, 2020. So you understand that St. Kitts and Nevis is now coming into this halfway through the process. Of course, as a minister, I had two options: to say that we're not participating or jump in. And of course, we're not going to take the first option because we are part of CARICOM. And we have to participate. Albeit late to the game, we have to participate. But therein starts the journey for us. Because here it is in 2022, we have to now come up with a plan to move St. Kitts and Nevis, this agriculture sector, forward by 25% in now 2.5 years. So we got to work. And by 2023, we had put that plan forward. And that plan has outlined in our 25 by 25 and beyond, our documentation of that. But what we recognize is to fix any problem, you have to first understand it and aggregate it. And to get that, we had to speak to the farmers themselves. And here is the foundation of what we learned. What were the problems identified by the farmers? The problems, one, not as clearly articulated, but one that we recognize was past hurt and neglect. A lot of the farmers felt disillusioned, felt abused, felt like there was no real insight into the sector that would have driven it forward in a meaningful way. And as such, we had to try and overcome that past hurt and neglect. And so we started doing a series of consultations with the farmers on a number of different areas. Many times, some of them would not even show up. And when I asked, why didn't you show up? Because we have been to so many of these, and it never means anything. But that's just the past hurt. The other areas of problems moving along, and we decided to look at the whole process of agriculture. Because unlike many other industries, it doesn't reflect right away. If it takes 8 months, 7 to 8 months for sheep to go from birth to reproductive cycle, that's the process. If it takes 9 to 11 months for banana to go from seedling to production, that's the process. And that's a natural process that we have very little control over. So we must now plan with these processes in place. And so having done that, we recognize that we went from base up. And at the baseline, a lot of the production issues started with the land preparation. And so farmers decided that it was very difficult for them if they could not get lands prepared to grow on time. And we went to work. And over the last year and a half, we bought 2 brand new tractors to add to the fleet of tractors, which I must say were not of modern times, most of which from this SSMC era. We added 2. We also recognized that we needed our own machinery, and this year we bought a backhoe, again, to make sure that land preparation could be done in an efficient manner. And I'm happy to note that we have seen the increase in land preparation, in timing and quality. Growing practices. We also recognize that many of our farmers were practicing agriculture in such a way that it may have been a bit dated, if you want to call it that. And also, we recognize that it did not match to the market. And it's one of the things that we've been trying to communicate to our farmers. If a supermarket is stocking its shelves every week, we can't be producing every 6 months. It's just not going to work for the market space. And so we are telling the farmers, we have to find a way to be more consistent. So when Rams and Value Mart and Best Buy and all the other supermarkets are stocking their shelves, whether every Tuesday or every Thursday, our producers are going to be there. And so we designed a planting cycle that we also communicated to the farmers. And we designed it on a 2-acre plot of land. That if you are planting 2 acres of land, why not divide it in 4 for 3-month crops? So let's take a crop like watermelon. A 1/4 acre, January, planted. A 1/4 acre, February, planted. A 1/4 acre in March, planted. By March, the first 1/4 acre that you planted would be now ready for harvest. A month of harvest would be while you plant the 4th quarter, and then by your 5th quarter, you're ready to clear your 1st quarter and start planting again. That breeds consistency. And so we have communicated this. But then we recognize that there were certain other issues surrounding that. Feral animals. And so this year we went on to a program as a part of our drought resilience irrigation project, or as we call it, DRIP, where we offer to our farmers ground cover, drip irrigation, fencing, water tank, and also education, knowledge. And this was to help them in that production. So you don't have feral animals coming in, and of course, the biggest challenge, climate change. It is indeed hotter with less water. And so part of our budget this year was to address these matters. We have been able to help over 700 farmers with this to date. What's the next step? So now you've prepared the land, you start growing the plant more efficiently. What is the next step? Harvest and post-harvest management. In this regard, we've gone to different countries and different institutions, even on the island. Hosford's, Value Mart, Rams, Marriott, the Hyatt, the Four Seasons, and have agreements to buy more local produce. We've gone to St. Martin. We've gone to the Virgin Islands, both British and US Virgin Islands. We've gone even down to the Southern Islands, down to Barbados. And we have open discussions on supplying these countries. But in harvest management, we recognized there was challenges for the farmers as well, storage. And so part of our budget this year and moving into next year, we address by buying 15 container refrigerators, or as we call them, reefers, 15, to ensure that we have storage capacity. We also recognize that the process needed to be streamlined. And so we expanded the marketing unit at the department to be able to receive goods, store them in the expanded capacity, and package them and have them ready for market. Now, what this all means? Next year is 2025. Next year will be the year that determines whether or not St. Kitts has met its agenda. So at the end of December 2025, when we tabulate our numbers, we will then know whether we were successful or not. But what we have done over the last 2.5 years is ensure that our farmers are prepared to grow. We have selected crops that we know can grow within the span of 3 months to a year. What are these crops? Crops like onions, crops like carrots, crops like bananas and plantains, crops like pineapples, crops like sweet peppers. And we have, in total, focused on about 14 different crops. Now, we didn't just pull these crops out of the sky. We ensured that we selected crops based on our import that were highly imported, but that we can grow well. Because let us face it, not everything that we import, it will be efficient or economical for us to compete on. So we wanted to target those that we could do well. And so as into next year, we are preparing ourselves to grow to meet our target. But this morning I heard some comments and suggestions from the young people. Technology. Use of technology in agriculture. And I'm happy to say that that is also part of the area that we are indeed exploring, especially through public-private partnerships. One such partnership should see us over the next few months moving into growing berries in St. Kitts and Nevis, in completely enclosed structures, or as they call them, complete control grow environments. But that collaboration with the private sector is important. These public-private partnerships are important. And we believe that by harnessing the power of our budget and the private sector's budget, we can see a driving force forward for agriculture. Am I optimistic about the way forward for agriculture? Yes. Do I believe we are going to get there? Yes. Because in areas where it is less encumbered by time, such as the fisheries sector, we've seen it. In 2023, the fisheries sector grew almost 30%, the highest returns ever. So we are seeing results, some of which are just bounded by time. And as we continue to map the sector forward, we recognize we have to put the money, scarce as they may be, in the right places. And sometimes I know Financial Secretary and I, we have our debates. But it's important. Her role is important to manage the dollar. Our role is important to see the vision and chart the way forward. Your role is important to ensure that you hold us accountable for everything that we're doing. And I believe with the 2025 budget and the plan that we've put in place, St. Kitts would not only meet CARICOM's agenda, but ultimately put us in a position where we are more food secure, which is really the ultimate agenda. We have chosen starches, fruits and vegetables, and also high-value crops that, like herbs and seasonings. Because we believe that with all of these, along with our proteins, at a worst-case scenario, St. Kitts and Nevis could survive. You eat a banana, you season it up with some sweet pepper, you put a little chicken, and drink some coconut water. Survival. And I believe we are well in line to do that. But I want to speak outside of agriculture just for a minute into another area that I think we've been making tremendous strides, the creative economy. In the creative economy this year, we did the Creative Power Arts Convention. And I could tell you that from the US of A to South America, I've received kudos for this country because I did not recognize that something like that has never really been done in the region, ever. The Jamaicans have all attest it's never been done. Trinidadians, never been done. Guyanese, never been done. And all throughout. And while that wasn't the mission to do something that had never really been done, but the mission was to advance our creatives, we achieved what was never done before. And in the Creative Power Arts Convention, we were able to get our creatives the type of inspiration and knowledge from professionals across so many different disciplines. If I remember correctly, it was about 28 different facilitators. Dance, theater, film, the business of music, production of music, costume building, modeling, graphic, like there was a whole range. And I received a call last week from a major US producer who said to me, I just wanted you to know that Apple Music is currently looking at one of your artists. And because I think he deserves the credit, that artist is De Jour. And so our budget going forward will also encompass that agenda, educating, promoting, and connecting our creatives with the right industry people. We also saw this year for Miami Carnival, the largest export of local talent on any individual thing that we've seen in a while. We had over 30 plus local entertainers in person in Miami performing for Miami Carnival. You've never, ever seen that before. This is what it is about. Exporting our talent, one of our most outstanding natural resources. Benefiting off our intellectual property and our talent. And to advance that, 2025, we should see shovels in the ground for Creative Arts Center. I am told by end of first quarter, that is the projected target. And so, when we look at the advancement, you have one of the most dynamic homes for creatives in the region, I must say. The design for it has also been credited across the region. Trinidad has a very dynamic one at this moment. So does Jamaica. But ours, still a marvel beyond both. Home for them, the right policies, the right infrastructure, and getting them out to the international market. Our creatives stand ready to take over the world. And we have seen what we did with much less. We have a Byron Messiah out there currently. He is doing very well, and we commend him. But this is what this government is about, and this is what this budget is about. The budget is about putting the right policies and programs in place. And this is what you are supporting. Because all these come through ideas. So when we did our consultation around the country, these were the ideas that came out. And we just implemented. and we are now seeing the successes. So let me say to all of you present that as your minister, I am delighted to always be active. I'm delighted to be on the go 14, 15, 16 hours a day, because I believe our country deserves ministers that really want to see advancement. And I welcome the comments, even the criticisms, because at the end of the day, it's about getting better. It's at the end of the day, it's about advancing our country into the right space. And that is all that I'm here for. And so, having that as my agenda, it is always delightful to be able to present results in a way that we can see that agenda being met. This afternoon, I think I may have gone a bit over my 10 minutes, but I think that we are in a space now where we understand that, one, we do have meager resources, but two, we have to ensure that as scarce as they are placed in the right position to move the critical components forward so that St. Kitts and Nevis could see a more diversified economy, because we can no longer just depend on CBI. Like I said to someone, imagine we had 100 more Byron Messiahs making over $50,000 a show and bringing that money back into the economy after every show. This is what we're striving for. Imagine, based on our agricultural production, where 2 acres could yield anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000. And we had 500 farmers doing that, 600 farmers doing that, 1,000 farmers doing that. Imagine we could continue developing a creative arts center and spend anywhere close to $100 million in the economy. Jobs, the economic advancement. St. Kitts and Nevis, we are on a right track. I heard the young folks today, and I could tell that the future is bright. And I await your questions and suggestions after this presentation, because I think we will have an exciting session. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Minister Duggins. We'll go straight to Minister Maynard. The Honorable Conway Maynard, Minister of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities, Domestic Transport, Information, Communication, and Technology and Post. Minister Maynard, the podium is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues and everyone. Please allow me the opportunity to recognize our Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, and other members of the Cabinet, Deputy Prime Minister, my colleagues at the head table, permanent secretaries, students who are here, and all others in the audience. Thanks for joining us, firstly, at this, when I see CEO of the cable, of which I have overview. I want to thank you very much for joining this forum as we outline the government's plans and priorities for the year 2025. I've been asked to address 3 key areas that are central to our national economic transformation and prosperity, including supporting digital transformation, promoting digital entrepreneurship and tech industries, and provide updates on our clean energy infrastructure, including solar, geothermal, etc. By supporting these areas, we are laying the foundation for innovation and a more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive economy. Supporting digital transformation. By supporting these key areas, we are laying the foundation for innovation. Digital transformation is a cornerstone of our modernization strategy. This involves a comprehensive shift in how we serve our citizens, conduct government operations, and strengthen our national infrastructure. We're working right now on a digital identification system. We are at the advanced stage in developing a national digital ID system. This initiative is a key pillar in our digital transformation journey, enabling every citizen to securely and conveniently access multiple public and private sector services. With a unique digital identity, citizens will no longer face the delays and repetitive paperwork of traditional systems, allowing for streamlined access to services like healthcare, financial transactions, and government social programs. To fully realize this transformation, we are onboarding a globally recognized digital transformation expert, as well as with the legal department, to update and harmonize our legal frameworks to ensure that our digital ID system is robust, secure, and compliant with the highest standards of data privacy and security. E-government services. We are committed to transforming government services by expanding our e-government capabilities. You would be aware that citizens and businesses already have the convenience of processing their taxes and social security returns online. We intend to extensively expand the array of e-government services such as online business registration, extraction of certificates of births, deaths and marriages, etc., passport applications, e-procurement, and more. We aim to eliminate the inefficiencies of long queues and processing delays, making interactions with the government easier and more efficient. This move will boost productivity, reduce operational costs, improve transparency in service delivery, and create a more business-friendly environment. All of this will be, of course, possible with the central point of the digital ID, of course, which I want to acknowledge the significant contribution of the Republic of China and Taiwan in its development. And a team from our ministry has just returned from Taiwan to witness how far the development is at this stage. Strengthening cybersecurity and data privacy. As we enhance digital services, protecting citizens' data remains a top priority. Our government is actively working to implement strong cybersecurity measures and clear data privacy standards to safeguard personal and business data. In the ministry recently, we have upped our cybersecurity strategies, and that has resulted in the identification and thwarting of many cyber threats. This focus on security is crucial as the government expands its digital ecosystem and builds trust in our digital platforms, thus ensuring the value of our digital services. The infrastructure necessary for digital transformation. We are investing in ICT infrastructure that is resilient, sustainable, and future-focused. This includes the expansion of government's high-speed wide area network, G1, and the establishment of a modern data center that will serve as a secure and reliable hub for storing and managing our digital assets, supporting critical government operations and providing a foundation for new digital services. To date, the Internet Exchange Point is 90% functional, and all 4 internet service providers are connected. Our data center and IXP will become vital for network traffic management and other benefits, which include improved network performance and reliability, enhanced security for government data, cost savings through efficient resource utilization. The DSN infrastructure that is being built is scalable and adaptable to future technological advancements. The department at this time, through this medium, would like to acknowledge with sincere thanks the receipt of 8 servers donated by Mr. Stephen Lee of Architects. These servers have been used to establish server hosting cluster to support the establishment of a new shared network platform at the National ICT Center. This cluster offers a virtualized environment capable of hosting sandboxed application development environments for students, for example, network management tools, and demo applications that provide a template for hosting government applications and services. Key activities going forward include rebuilding the fiber plants, establishing dual hub sites, building the edge network, developing the data center IX peering point, dual site, provisioning networks for DSN usage, and leading to the activation of the DSN. These plans and considerations are vital for us to become a digital nation operating in a secure shared network. According to Stephen Lee of Architects, I quote, "In preparation of the next phase of this multi-phase project, the DSN aims to revamp the current government-wide area network structure into a fully shared and departmental managed network. This initiative necessitates various changes, which include significant investment in infrastructure, which is a collective effort with all ministries to ensure successful implementation of the DSN within a few years. Alongside this, we are developing a national cloud strategy to improve the efficiency, scalability, and accessibility of our digital services. By leveraging cloud technology, we can reduce operational costs, improve security and resilience, and make government services more accessible to citizens and businesses alike. Promoting digital entrepreneurship and tech industry. In addition to upgrading government services, we recognize the importance of fostering a strong digital economy. By promoting digital entrepreneurship and supporting our tech industry, we aim to create jobs, attract investments, improve sustainability of our digital transformation, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a technology hub in the region. So we need to create an entrepreneurial ecosystem and digital innovation hubs. So we have to increase investment in programs that encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. We will establish digital innovation hubs, providing startups and small businesses with resources and mentorship to develop and grow their ideas. This is particularly important for the associated spin-off opportunities we anticipate with the implementation of the EID. Digital skills training and workforce development. A strong digital economy requires a skilled workforce. Our government will increase collaboration with educational institutions and industry partners to deliver digital skills training for young people and career professionals. For example, the CARICOM earlier this year endorsed the creation of a digital skills fund, which will be used to train 10,000 Caribbean CARICOM youths in specific digital skills, which St. Kitts and Nevis will benefit from. You would have heard the Prime Minister earlier announce the launch of the cybersecurity training program for 100 young people. The program will deliver an all-encompassing training with CompTIA certification and micro-credentials. Program objectives, I believe, for this program include advancing cyber literacy, providing employment readiness and support and career coaching, partner with SKN to establish an employer coalition. Prime Minister spoke about that, where different employers will need cybersecurity experts and thereby contributing to SKN's cybersecurity workforce. Through this program, successful learners will be equipped with the skills and knowledge required for cyber jobs such as, and can include, cybersecurity analysts, vulnerability specialists, incident responders, cyber literacy coordinator, and GRC specialists. By equipping our citizens with skills in coding, data analysis, cybersecurity, and digital marketing, we aim to cultivate a talent pool ready to meet the demands of a growing tech sector. Partnerships with the private sector, public-private partnerships will be critical in advancing our digital economy. In the coming months, we will engage with local tech companies to create investment opportunities, promote knowledge exchange, and stimulate innovation as we seek to rapidly pursue the whole of government digital transformation. Policy support and regulatory framework. Creating an environment conducive to a digital economy requires supporting policies and a regulatory framework that balances innovation with responsible use. We spoke about AI. We have to make sure that it is used responsibly. We aim to provide entrepreneurs with a stable, transparent, and predictable environment, ensuring businesses can thrive while maintaining high standards of privacy, security, and fair competition. As mentioned, the ministry has already procured the services of a global digital transformation service provider with a specific objective of ensuring that our legislation meets our identified goals. So, in conclusion for this portion, the commitment to digital transformation and the promotion of digital entrepreneurship is not merely an investment in technology. It is an investment in our people, our businesses, and our nation's future. Together, I am certain we are shaping a vibrant, inclusive economy that offers opportunity and prosperity for all when it comes to our digital transformation. Permit me to jump over now to our clean energy infrastructure. The ministry is actively pursuing several sustainable energy initiatives. We are currently collaborating with the United States Department State Bureau of Energy Resources on its power sector program to develop a comprehensive grid code for St. Kitts and Nevis. This crucial initiative aims to enhance the reliability and efficiency of the electrical grid, facilitating the integration of renewable energy sources and supporting sustainable growth. In addition to the grid code, we are in the process of finalizing an electric vehicle policy and action plan. A draft of the electric vehicle policy and action plan has been developed through research and consultation with stakeholder groups earlier this year to gather their insights and input. Following these consultations, the electric vehicle policy and action plan was drafted and shared with the stakeholders. A subsequent meeting was convened last month in September to discuss their feedback, which was invaluable in refining the draft. As a result of this collaborative process, we now have a draft that is being reviewed for finalization. Work is also ongoing on the financial analysis to determine the appropriate incentives to promote the adoption of electric vehicles. To promote the growth of small-scale distributed renewable energy systems, a draft of small-scale distributed renewable energy regulations specifically tailored for installations such as rooftop solar panels is being developed. The process involved a review of existing regulations with a particular emphasis on context from various Caribbean islands. Additionally, we engage in consultations with key stakeholders throughout the year, including SCELEC, NEVLEC, representatives from the St. Kitts and Nevis Bureau of Standards, engineers and technicians responsible for the design, procurement, and installation of these facilities, representatives from the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College and the Advanced Vocational Education Center, individuals and representatives from institutions with existing installations, and individual and representatives from institutions interested in pursuing installations. Based on the review of existing regulations and stakeholder feedback, a draft document was prepared and made available on the Energy Unit's website over the summer, inviting public comments. The draft document is now before the Ministry of Legal Affairs for review. These regulations will establish clear guidelines, procedures, and specifications for connecting distributed renewable energy solutions to the utility grid. Furthermore, they will create a framework for a feed-in tariff regime incentivizing the generation of clean energy in St. Kitts and Nevis. We are also engaged in a significant study aimed at addressing the potential of the Solid Waste Management Corporation's landfill to generate electricity from waste. One of the key outputs of this study will be a thorough evaluation of the landfill capacity, thus exploring innovative ways to convert waste into a viable energy source. In a notable development, SCELEC and the government, through consultations with regional and international renewable experts, have renegotiated a power purchase agreement with the private developer SOLEC to develop a 35 megawatt solar PV farm with 14.4 megawatt, 44.2 megawatt hour of battery storage. The renegotiation was absolutely necessary to ensure a better price, updated technology, firm timelines, and an opportunity for nationals to invest and share in any positive returns on investments. This partnership is set to establish a solar farm coupled with battery energy storage, which is projected to supply approximately 1/3 of the electrical energy consumed on St. Kitts. This initiative represents a significant leap forward in pursuit of our renewable energy solutions. We are actually in the phase of looking at additional projects with respect to solar, which the government will announce shortly and hopefully later this year. Moreover, the government has passed a geothermal energy resolution in the National Assembly, which signifies a commitment to collaboration between the federal government and the Nevis Island administration. This resolution will pave the way for the exploration and development of geothermal energy resources on the island of Nevis, further diversifying our energy portfolio. The CDB has already confirmed USD 17 million to pursue the production well drilling, and in discussions for an additional 30 million US more. The Saudi Fund for Development is also in its final phase of determination for funding of US 20 million towards the project. Meanwhile, industry experts who have laid some of the longest undersea power cables in the world are conducting their feasibility analysis for the full development of the geothermal resource and the interconnection with other Caribbean islands as far west as Puerto Rico. This year also marked the launch of what is called the SKN 100 project, a collaborative effort between the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Global Environment Fund, GEF, and the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, CCRE. This ambitious initiative aims to accelerate our transition toward a carbon-free economy, emphasizing sustainable practices and the responsible management of energy resources. We are also implementing what is called a directory of energy practitioners that will be hosted on the Energy Unit's website so that as we develop our distributed energy plant, consumers can find approved practitioners to help them with their installations. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we progress with these initiatives, it is clear that we, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, the administration of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, remain committed to fostering a cleaner, greener future for St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Minister Maynard. We now move on to our last presentation for the day. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for us, based on the basis of the minister's absence, she is currently away on business. However, she will be joining us virtually, and she's already here with us. So I now turn over to the Honorable Dr. Joya Clark, Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, and Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment.
Greetings. Allow me to greet the Honorable Prime Minister and other members of Cabinet and our Financial Secretary. If I'm permitted, I would like my Permanent Secretary to support me, Permanent Secretary of Sustainable Development, to support me in this presentation. So she will start and I will then come in on the discussion around sustainability and our budget for climate resilience.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the plan was, in case the internet fails, I step in. As you can see, her internet is working, but I'm still here. She has asked me to do the first part. So I will just do the sustainable part, since the minister is connected. And so I'll adopt the protocol that was already established. Okay, we have the slides. We sent a presentation. Okay. Let's go to slide number 2. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what you have in front of you is the basic statistics from our latest population census. As you can see, we gave a 30-year span. In 1992, our population for St. Kitts Nevis was 41,000. In 2002, we went up to 46,000. And in 2022, it was 51,265 persons living in the Federation. In terms of our major urban areas, you would see that our major urban areas are Bastia, Keon, and the Sandy Point. Okay. What are the statistics for these 3 major areas? In Keon, for 2022, we had 1,053 males, females 1,112, which gave us a total of 2,165. In Sandy Point, our male population was 1,482. Our female population was 1,487, which gave us a total of 2,969. Bastia, the town area, the capital, the male population is 6,620, and the female population is 7,032, which gives us a total of 13,652. So the total for the urban areas, which is Keon, Sandy Point, and St. George, Bastia, is 18,786. Now, these statistics will play a role in everything we do going forward. And that is why I took the time to mention these. Now, let's look now at are we a little too far ahead? I think so. Let's look now at our key sector GDP trends. What are our key sector GDP trends? Agriculture and fishing, mining, utilities and manufacturing, construction, wholesale and retail trade, hotels and restaurants, transportation, storage and communication, and financial services. And we present the statistics so you can see for the past 10 years what has been the pattern in these key GDP areas. Now I'm going to skip this a little bit, and I'm going to go to another part of the ministry, which is going to be this one, which is going to be lands. We continue with our special land initiative for 2024. And as of September 2024, we have just about 1,805 residential applicants. That is people who never received land before, they're applying for the first time. And they want land to build a home, residential. We have 25 second-time applicants. These are people who may have received land and would have lost it for some reason, maybe marriage, they got divorced, or matters like these. We have those. And then we had 2 main available subdivisions for 2024. These are the areas where we sold lands mostly. Upper Orgies and Duport housing. The rest distribution was fill-ins. What do I mean by fill-ins? Fill-ins is where we went to each subdivision, or what you call a project, and we look to see which land is available. 10 lots, 5 lots, and we apply, the persons who apply, we give those persons those available lands. So we don't have any mass or large areas of lands outside of Orgies and Duports currently available. We have a YPP program, and these are what we call the young professionals, and we started this program earlier this year, and so far about 80 persons would have received letters in that group. Now, we have many more applicants, but I'm going to tell you now, your time is coming. Your time is coming. So just hang on a little bit. We have our squatter regularization program. What is that? Now, our squatter regularization program, these are persons who have lived on the land for many years. They never bought it. But government has made a decision to give the land to these people because they've been there for generations. And so we have in Lagreet, we have about 78 families. In Amsterdam, we have, that's St. Paul's, we have about 25 families. And in Upper Monkey Hill, we have 120 families. Now, we intend to wrap up this project by Christmas. So if you hear something on the radio that Sustainable is having a big land distribution, this is what it is. We are giving the certificates to these persons. Now, due to the demand for new lands, plus we have a backlog from the 2022 fiasco that we experienced. So we still have over 400 persons who are still to be reallocated. That is, you got a letter saying you got land, but when we checked, we realized the land belongs to someone else. And so we have to reallocate you. We have started, but we still have 400 persons to go. And so we are going to prioritize these persons when we start distributing on a mass level very shortly. Now, as recently as Friday, we had a joint venture with NHC where we visited several locations around the island. And I was quite pleased yesterday when I got a call to inform me that NHC had already started ground clearing. So the NHC 2,400 Smart Homes program began yesterday. So they started clearing lands in Stapleton, in Lodge. They're going to be doing Sandy Point and Newton Ground by the end of this week. So we are starting with those areas. So whilst NSC is doing that, at Sustainable, we are also preparing to distribute lands very early in 2025. We are looking at Molyneux, St. Paul's, Keon. I'm going to conclude, but I'm going to introduce 2 quick concepts that I want you to add to your vernacular for 2025. The first one is vertical communities. This is something we're going to have to promote because quite obviously, we can't be building out anymore. We are going to have to be building up. So that is something we're going to be promoting. And the second project that I want you, the second term that I want you to start to think about is rural living. What do I mean by that? With the exhaustion of urban lands in and close to the Bastille zone, our new thrust is to help our new residents, new applicants, to envision and experience the refreshing concept of beautiful, verdant, healthier, crisp countryside living. So you will hear me talk about that in 2025. We have exhausted the Bastille lands, basically. Okay? I hope my minister is still connected. I hope she's there. Minister? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Permanent
All right,
Secretary.
my minister is here. Yes. So she will do the other part of the ministry, which is the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment. Thank you very much.
Okay, if we can revert to the slides which start with our Sustainable Island State Agenda and the importance of climate resilience in our budget. All right here. Thank you so much. So the Permanent Secretary provided a very comprehensive look at how we intend to generate growth in the construction center by opening new lands for construction. So I really want to thank her for that and for presenting the ministry's view on vertical construction as well as rural living or country living. Now for St. Kitts and Nevis, we are promoting our Sustainable Island State agenda. And this integrates climate resilience and sustainability in our budget planning, as well as is framed by our National Development Planning Framework. It's a clear pathway for us towards sustainability, which is premised on digital transformation, which Minister Maynard recently presented, with environmental stewardship, digital transformation, and really planning climate resilience in our budget, we are able to guarantee our path to sustainability. Next slide. So importantly, our National Development Planning Framework, which is a very important document that has been produced and by the Department of Economic Development, the Ministry of Economic Development rather, tells the government every sector that is critical towards sustaining our economy, growing our economy, and ensuring we are meeting our sustainable development goals. From the National Physical Development Plan, we have 6 priority areas of climate resilience, green energy transition, economic development, development of our human capital, inclusivity, social protection, and of course, investments. These are tied directly to our SDGs, and I don't need to go through 17 SDGs. I think by now we all know them, which are also tied to our Sustainable Island State agenda. So using these 3 key indicators, we know that by 2040, if we solve energy, as Minister Maynard always says, then we can deal with water and we can deal with food security and we can generate growth in the manufacturing sector and provide more jobs. So it's a very holistic and comprehensive look at what we need to do as an island nation. This is St. Kitts and Nevis to ensure that we're sustainable, our economy is growing, and our people are thriving. Next slide. Right. So as I mentioned, for Sustainable Island State, it's tied to all of our indicators. Now, we won't get as granular with the indicators in terms of what they mean, but if you can see on the slide, and of course from the NDPF, that executive summary that can be provided to us, we're looking at everything. For example, with water security, if we're going to achieve 24-hour water supply, then we definitely have to protect our aquifers, which is SDG 5. We definitely have to invest in desalination, and our Prime Minister has spoken about this many, many times. We definitely have to ensure that what we're doing is powered by renewable energy, so there aren't any excessive costs to our budget, and of course, costs transferred to the people. Next slide. Now, so our growth agenda, and as Permanent Secretary Dore presented, the 10-year look at the areas that have significantly contributed to our economy. We're looking at agriculture and fishing, mining and utilities, construction, hotels, and restaurants. Now, our particular focus on construction, on manufacturing, on tourism means that we are looking to generate growth in these sectors, but every single ministry plays a significant role in how we get there. The generation of growth, which leads then to more jobs, which means more spending power, which means people are generally happier. So this is how we want to take a more holistic look at what implementing the Sustainable Island State Agenda means for our budget and for our economy. Next slide. Right. I thought it would be important to share here what it means for small island developing states in terms of accessing finance. Now, currently, small island developing states can only access about 0.2% of global climate finance. This means, as this is very significant for St. Kitts and Nevis, especially when you consider our ineligibility as it relates to overseas development assistance. It means that where some countries can access development aid as grants, we cannot. It might be for loans, it might be low interest loans, or it might be blended finance. But for us to grow, small island developing states require an injection of about $12 billion annually. This is not happening. And that is why it's so important that we make our voices known, we amplify the messaging, that there has to be a shift in how small island developing states like St. Kitts and Nevis, who want to transition to a sustainable island state, can access more finance, can access readily available finance, flexible finance, and grant aid and not debt. Interestingly, of the monies that were passed to to small island developing states, almost 44% of that was given to us as debt. You can understand what it means to accept aid in the form of debt to grow your economy and then respond to climate crises with more debt. It's an unsustainable approach. That is why it's important for us to contextualize our existence, our realities, our financial realities when we're speaking about reorienting our national budget to be climate resilient, to be able to respond to climate crises, and also to meet the mark for the 2040 development goals. Next slide. Next slide, because we dealt with that. So both ministries are particularly involved in what we call the summitries around climate COP, around desertification COP, around biodiversity COP, and it's all about accessing more finance for St. Kitts and Nevis. And we just recently presented with the Caribbean Development Bank on their biodiversity
Okay, the minister would have dealt with slide 11. Let's go to slide 12. Basically to say that we are participating in global and regional meetings because, as she said, we can't do it sitting here. We have to go where the partners are, and that is why both ministries are so engaged. So these are some of the agencies that we have been engaging for 2024. The ratification, support of national projects, alignment with CISA objectives, hosting confirmation. These are our objectives when we attend these overseas summits. Next slide, which is the last one. Presently, the minister is in Colombia. She's at COP16, and these are the objectives of that particular summit. Commitment to 30% protection of land, marine, and terrestrial areas, aims for 30% conservation of both marine and terrestrial ecosystems by 2030. These are the goals, the targets of this particular meeting that she's attending. Next step includes formalizing the Nevis Declaration for Enhanced Biodiversity Efforts. It's a project that we are currently working on. And finally, to align with the global biodiversity targets under the coming Montreal Biodiversity Framework. That's another program that we just started. So, ladies and gentlemen, that should wrap it up, I think. There's one more slide to say thank you. Is it? Yes. Well, that's an upcoming meeting that we're going to attend in Saudi Arabia early December. That's COP16. That's the final meeting for the year. And that's the final slide to say thank you. Unfortunately, my minister's internet went out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patience, and thank you to the Minister, Dr. Joya Clark. That brings us to the end of the presentations for the afternoon session. At this time, we will open the floor and allow conversation between you and the ministers present on the stage with me.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'll turn it over, but I have to leave now. I have to meet the Foreign Minister of the Republic of China and Taiwan, who is doing an official visit to our federation. But I would like to thank all who have participated in this most important forum and to thank the ministers who have presented, to thank those who made interventions, whether through suggestions or questions, to thank the panelists from this morning or those who were seated at the head table, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and to say we look forward to continuing this collaborative effort. I would say finally that in order to establish a sustainable island state, and St. Kitts and Nevis can really be the first country to achieve this. But it will take all of us to do our part for this to become a reality. The reality of this means life would be improved for our citizens and our people. We'll be able to sustain our country for now and for future generations. And in addition to that, we can be a model, an example for the world to say, if we can do it, you can do it too. And that we are partners who bring solutions to the table and not seeking the pity of anyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. The floor is open. Please take your time, don't rush. Any questions for the ministers? Any concerns? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. A question to...
No, go ahead.
Not me, okay. A question to Minister Henderson. Recently, we've seen that British Airways has cancelled flights from Gatwick, all the flights from Gatwick to New York from now until April. And they're citing problems with the Boeing aircraft and the replacement of aircraft from Gatwick Airport. Is there any chance that we may also be impacted by this?
Thank you for your question. We are not going to be impacted. So far, we've not gotten any notification from our partners at British Airways. During the summer, I think as they usually do, they canceled, I think, well, not canceled, but pulled from the rotation 2 flights, and that's usual every summer. I think it was one in June and one in July. But going forward, there are no indications from them that flights are going to be canceled. In fact, we're meeting with them, with British Airways, during the week of the 17th of November, just to see how we're performing on the routes and any other discussions in terms of us marketing together. So, and of course, solidifying our partnership with them.
If there's no more questions, okay, I think we can wrap up today. This brings us to the end of the Budget 2025 National Forum. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to each of you for participating in today. But to give the official closing remarks, I will invite Mr. Hughesach Huggins from the Ministry of Finance.
Good afternoon to all. We are now at the end of a long day, but I will not keep you much longer. It saddens me a bit, I will not lie, it saddens me a bit to stand here and undertake the task that I was graciously asked to do, because the engagement and the enthusiasm with which the presenters have done their jobs, individuals have been asking questions, it has underscored not only the potential of our Twin Island state, but the roadmap on our path forward, governed by the tenets listed earlier: innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability. So as I give thanks, I would like to first and foremost give thanks to the Most High for allowing us to go through this day and everything that pertains to it. I would like to give thanks to the administration, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, for hosting this engagement, for seeing the need and the importance of having this kind of dialogue, not just among themselves as ministers, but with everyone, all their stakeholders that can influence and have an impact on our country. I would like to thank the presenters specifically. Mr. Thompson. He brought out some salient points about what is needed to be addressed in order to ensure the growth and sustainability of our country, addressing matters of unemployment, better public and private partnerships, renewable energy, and modernizing public procurement. Governor Antoine, the quote that he gave, as said by the student from CFBC, resonated with me because it is so true. The future happens no matter what and no matter how much we scream. We can't stop it. And we as a nation have to understand that we simply have to make the adjustments necessary to ensure that the future that is coming meets us on the best footing possible. We also have to transform our mindsets, because perspective about the way you see issues is everything. Things happen on a daily, whether you see an issue or you see an opportunity, it depends on your perspective. And as such, we have to ensure that our perspective is shifted to one that drives sustainability for our nation as a whole. The esteemed Honorable Dr. Terence Drew brought out points of improvement in various sectors that has underscored his time in government so far. He has spoken not only about the growth and future improvements in the construction, agriculture, and tourism industries, and spoken about the possibilities of diversification in opportunities for renewable energy, medical tourism, and further improvements in agriculture so that we are not only an importing state, but one that also exports. The ministers seated at the head table spoke about their portfolios and what they are doing to improve our nation. And sitting and listening to them, I must admit, despite being within the remit of the government, some of the things that have been done has not been brought forward to the public in the way that they should be. And advertising, marketing, the things that we have done so far, that you guys have done so far, will not only show and shine a light on the improvements that you have done, but what you are about to do and where we can go from here. And that, to me, is something that should be highlighted, not only for the persons in authority, but for the layman, so that everyone can know that St. Kitts is on a path of better. I would also like to thank specifically the attendees, because without you, we would be speaking to empty chairs, and that would not benefit our duties here or the country on a whole. The organizers, the persons that worked in the background to make this happen, we thank you so much for allowing us to pull off such a wonderful event. The ministries, the 25 ministries that make up the government that do the legwork to ensure that we can have things like this and we can move forward. The host, Marriott, the media personnel, and also we would like to thank the MC for doing a wonderful job in guiding the proceedings today. Thank you all for attending once again, and do enjoy the rest of your day and a better St. Kitts and the Nevis.